it's after dark. Recommend and stay till the end. Let's turn up and have some fun. I'm Genesis and it's after dark. Can we talk about what's been on my heart and my mind? While we breathe this one brick at a time. While I'm sitting at the wall, I get to think, you know, this world can be a crazy place, and when there's nowhere to go, our health is right in our face. Can we talk about it? Can we chat about the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit? And about love, let's live it. Life, let's live it. And finding the one, let's do it. We are gonna pray the enemies away. With this day can I stay? No weapon and will never come our way. We can be in a talking point. We don't even have the curse to make a point. Break down your question, all thoughts and feelings. Listen to each other truly. I can't do this solo. I know I'm not alone. I got all of y'all and that means you.
So support, you know what to do. Hit the cash app, Genesis I am, so for 702. Put your thumbs up, and like if you do, drop your thumbs down. I won't be mad at you. Come in peace and let's chop it up.
Hit my panel with intellect and respect. Drop wisdom and knowledge we will never forget.
So please, come, please, I wanna hear from you. And subscribe, like and subscribe, cause I'm a whole vibe.
So are you.
So hey, sugar, so might come in and subscribe.
You're a whole vibe. Come in and subscribe. Whole vibe. Come in and subscribe. You're a whole vibe. Come in and subscribe.
Hey, sugars. Hey, sugars. It's your girl, me, Genesis. How does my mic sound? I can't tell. I have to go and check and see how it sounds. Let's get you this going. Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank whoever is here. Thank whoever is coming. Thank y'all for coming. Thank you guys for hanging out with them. Little old me. There's 10,000 other places to be, and you stopped over here to see your girl. Thank you. But you know me. I got my clips and my videos, and you know me. I got something on the plate. I got my Modelo poured in my frosted glass, y'all. I'm about to get my little sparky spark going. We about to talk about this and review some of these this content. Just every time something's on my mind, I gotta bring it to my panel and bring it out here. I don't care who's watching, but I guess what? I know you watch later. So to you, who's watching later, you go ahead and watch later for me, okay? I think you should do that, yeah. So today, ladies and gentlemen, we're doing a cute little couple hours just to get some watch hours in. And we're going to talk about dating, love, marriage after 40 and 50 now. Ladies, can we still make a man wait? I don't know. I got some questions, y'all. Can you make a man wait at 50 years old? Can you make a man wait at 40 years old? I don't know. And then like, do you really want a relationship right now, or do we want a plaything? Right? We don't know what that says. But hey, you know what? We're gonna look into it because I got some advice and some good videos and some good clips. And I guess I'll talk to y'all about it. So I guess we'll now officially start the show. All right.
Are you ready? I heard a heart. Are you ready for the show to start? Welcome to Genesis After Dark. Recommend and stay till the end. Let's turn up and have some fun. I'm Genesis and it's After Dark. Can we talk about what's been on my heart and my mind? While we build this one brick at a time. While I'm sitting at the wall, I get to thinking, this world can be a crazy place, and when there's nowhere to go, our health is right in our face. Can we talk about it? Can we chat about the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit? And blah, blah, love. Let's live it like, let's live it and finding the one. Let's do it. We are gonna pray the enemies away. If we stay, can I stay? No weapon and will never come our way. We can be in a talking point. We don't even have the curse to make a point. Break down your question, all thoughts and feelings. Listen to each other truly. I can't do this solo. I know I'm not alone. I got all of y'all and that means you.
So support, you know what to do. Hit the cash app, Genesis I am, 702. Put your thumbs up, and like if you do, drop your thumbs down. I won't be mad at you. Come in peace and let's chop it up. Hit my panel with intellect and respect. Drop wisdom and that we will never forget. So please, come, please, I wanna hear from you. And subscribe, like and subscribe, cause I'm a whole vibe. So are you. So hey, sugar. Hey, soulmate, come in and subscribe. You're a whole vibe. Come in and subscribe. Whole vibe. Come in and subscribe. You're a whole vibe. Come in and subscribe.
Hey, sugars. All right, I'm back, y'all. I had just taken me a bath, honeys, and oh my goodness, that bath was so good and warm. Felt like a nice blanket. And then, of course, I get out, and then it's cool and chilly. Oh, you know what? If you're coming into the show at any point, just make sure you hit the like button, do a comment, subscribe, whatever you want to. What? What are you saying? See, you caught me off guard. Okay, said, I don't know what that means, sir. So, and if you have if you have something to actually say something, then you should probably send it to me on my IG, on my DM, and talk to me about it personally. All right, so let's go from here, y'all. Did y'all hear? Let me turn on. Yeah, let me turn on. Shout out to Nightish for the tunes. Thank you, Nightish. I'm loving that background music. All right, so y'all know I was perusing through my my clips and videos of just looking at stuff, right? So I'm looking like at all this age gap dating and people talking about you know, the age of consent. And it's just interesting to me because when some of these conversations, I said to someone the other day that or maybe it was today, that some of these conversations are not meant for individuals over 40 over 50, we're not talking about getting married in the same vein that a 20 or a 30-year-old is talking about getting married. So it's just very interesting to me. And there's biblical scripture that supports that, like, you deserve to be loved. You deserve to have someone care about you. You deserve that, right? Just for y'all's reference. I want to say is it John, First John or Ephesians? It's Ephesians. Ephesians says that. Okay. Hey, Syntical. Hey, Sugar. Yeah, I don't know what Truth is talking about. But Truth, you're more than happy to hit the link and let me know but not on the live though, have a little more. It's just, you could talk to me about that later. So I think it was Ephesians that I was reading about, how just in general what the Bible says about being loved and how you're supposed to be in a fulfilling interaction with people that are around you that care about you, and specific to the person that you love that you want to be with. But now, I had a whole conversation with someone not too long ago that kind of sparked me to think about this. Like, okay, so now at this point in this age, at this point in my life, at the ripe old age of 50, 51, what am I waiting for? And am I still dating to get married? Because the men my age don't want to marry women my age. Right? So, I got a video from a dating coach, which talks about how like the men and women fall in the same kind of age gap on both ends, right? We don't pay attention to it. We're not going to talk about it because, we just don't. And it's always something sinister when the man is doing it. But there's women who prey on young men too. There are women who prey on young men just like there are men who prey on young women. But we're going to talk about that too. So like I said, a couple questions out here, guys. Like when you're over 40 and over 50, are you courting anymore? Are you dating anymore? Are you dating with intentions to be married? Because also by the time some of us are 40 and 50, we've already been married and already did all that, right? But there's a video I have that gives a little interesting spin on why some men and some women aren't married at this age, at the point that they are now. If you're over 40, when is too soon? Is there a such thing as it being too soon if you're over 40? You meet someone, you're 40 years old, you're about to be 41 this year, 2026, and you meet someone and you like, I like them, I feel for them, I want to be with them. So when is it too soon? Because when you're younger, too soon is crazy, right? But if you're 51 years old and 45 years old, when is too soon? Too soon. When is it too soon? Or how fast is too fast? Right? How fast is too fast? They say, oh, you're moving fast. Am I? Am I moving fast? I'm 50 years old. Am I moving fast if I meet a guy today and he's like down with the program? Hola! You got my Colombian, good, was it dark roasted Colombian or your light roasted Colombian? Hey, sugars. Hey, sugar. So, thank you so much. Like, comment, share, subscribe. Thank you so much. So yeah, like, is it too fast? Like, what's too fast? If I'm 50 years, 51 years old now. So what's too fast? If I meet someone now and they meet me now, we move in together by next month? Is that too fast? How much time do you think you need at this age, at this point in your life? I'm curious to see which man is going to hit the panel and tell me how he needs time. Okay. Story time, right? Y'all know I have my cleaning business. Speaking of cleaning business, I do have a show goal today. My goal is going to be $25 because I need $25. And my goal is so you can send a $5 cash app. 5 different people can do $5. That'd be awesome. The closer I get to the goal, the better for me because your girl needs $25. That's, when you're short, hey. And who better to ask but the people who support me and send me cash apps because they love my show, right? They love my content. So back to what I was asking. At this point, at this age, is what's too fast? What's too soon? You're 50 years old, too soon. Some people aren't waking up next week, right? Some people aren't waking up next month. Some people aren't, they have a diagnosis or they have 6 months to live. I mean, in that regard, of course, you're going to be pressed. But if you're over 40, there's a lot of things to consider if you're over 40, right? If you're over 40, you know a lot more about yourself. We're going to get into some of the video about it. Like there's a lot of things that you know at this age. And then by the time you get 50, you are very confirmed, honey. You are so confirmed in some things. It's not going to work, right? And it's to say, what do they say that is? They say, oh, that means you're so rigid. You're so stuck in your ways. No, it's just that I know a lot about myself and I've seen some of the same kind of person come past my past my life that I've starting to see some of the same personality, same characteristics, right? So what'd you say, Third? He said, I think 6 months to a year of consistent dating, going out, spending time with each other is plenty enough time to figure out if you want to share life together. He said, but you truly don't know fully a person until you live with them. Right. But that would make sense. Again, this is why I said earlier, this is why I just said that part of that conversation is a young person's conversation. It's not a conversation to have when you're over 40 and over 50. Because I feel and I'm believing that some of that, because remember the show that I did, Third Ward, there's a group of people that never ever lived together, but they go together and they're together. It's called Together But Apart, right? Which means I don't have to ever, the bottom part of what you said, I don't have to ever truly know a person. I'm going to know them from everything else that we do because I'm not going to never live with them. There's a whole culture of together but living apart, and they stay apart because if I'm 50 years old, everything that I've acquired, my house, my kids, all the stuff that I've acquired is in this one location, and then everything you've acquired is in your one location. And we're older now, so then we don't have to necessarily move in together. We can just see each other, and if we're not getting married, then there's no real reason for us to have the same address. We could just keep going together. Right? Why am I going to have a boyfriend that lives in my same house at 50 years old? Either that's what you are, and then you're a boyfriend, but you don't have to live in my house. You can live in your house, and I can live in my house. We're not a boyfriend, but my man. Right? So even still, Third Ward, the first part of what you said is valid, right? 6 months to maybe a year of just consistent dating, spending time with each other, to see if you want to spend the rest of your life or share a life together. But the last part, you may never, like I said, you may never end up living with that person. And then even still, that same 6 months to a year is so different if you already have your career. I already have my career. People meet on the internet. We don't live in the same state. So it's going to take all that time to actually just get to see each other, interact with each other just a few times, right? He says, I'm not going to lie, the longest relationship I've been in, I made a mistake of moving too fast with the individual. I moved in with her 4 months after dating, but I was hella young when I did that. Right. So you being younger and then having a legit time to bounce back. But now think of that same situation. Think of that same situation now, right? Think of it at the age you are now, where you know so much better and you're older now, man. So, right? So is it too fast still? I mean, at 50 years old, is it too fast to move in with somebody and start dating them 4 months after we started talking? Can a woman over 40 hold out for sex? So we start dating, and then I'm telling you that I need you to wait. Can you wait? Or do I have the right to even ask you to wait at this age? Right? Can a 40-year-old, 50-year-old woman, you pull up on her and she tell you gotta wait 3 weeks, 6 weeks to tell before we get some cookie? Can you do that? I don't know. Right? What happens what happens with our standards after we turn 40 years old? They change, right? The standards change, things look different. We probably lighten up on some of the standards. Some women probably hold rigid on their standards. I don't know, y'all. What'd you say, Third Ward? He said, you just made me think of something. Do you think couples that live together take each other for granted compared to couples that don't live together? Well, I've learned that through some of this research that couples that live together, some of them inside of the corona, right, the COVID-19, with the exception of the COVID-19, most of the people had they would say that they had like a camaraderie relationship, so they almost didn't really even know their partner. So yes, they took them for granted in regards to like the husband always relying on the wife to pick up the kids and things like that. But then when COVID happened, those same very people realized that there was a lot being taken for granted, right? They didn't realize that because the husband may have been at work. So now when COVID happened, so after that, I think people started coming into it differently, right? Because that's when the whole living separately became a big deal, because some people really were living separate and had whole relationships online and never really ever really met the person outside of being online. So I think that kind of changed a little bit with the whole living together, not living together. And especially for the people that were living together, they were already taking something for granted just because of their busy lives, right? They were always relying on someone to go grocery shopping. So always relying on someone else to make sure there was tissue in the house. But though, again, when I researched into it, those same people didn't realize they knew as much, they didn't know as much about their person that they thought they knew until COVID happened, until they actually had to live with the person, right? So they weren't living together. It was just kind of coexisting, in passing sometimes. So until they had to actually like live together, that's when people started like pointing out, what things that were going on in different relationships. She said, I'm not going to lie. I personally like older women better for several reasons. Older women are more direct, upfront. Y'all know what y'all want. And older women are more definitely chill, understanding, and chill to be with. Yes, we are. Older women are more direct and upfront because no one has time to be wasted on explaining and talking around the bush. By the time you don't learn how to communicate by the time you've gotten a certain age, and you've learned how to interact with people, and you've learned how to use your feminine wiles so you are upfront, you are more direct, and then at the same time you've learned that people aren't listening, so you gotta say what you need to say. And then a lot of times the age helps with the fact that you are being more direct. They kind of let you get away with it because you're older, right? Y'all know what y'all want. Yeah, that's a good byproduct of being an older woman. And that's also, again, the byproduct of what we're going to show you this video in a minute. And that's also the kind of the standard understanding too. He said, older women are more understanding and chill to be with. We understand because we literally have been there and done that. And then we're chill to be with because at this point in that person's life, they are on a more relaxed side of life, right? They should be. They shouldn't be hustling and bustling out here trying to be young and, doing all this other stuff when you're getting older. So that's what creates a chill, And if I'm working all day, I definitely want to come home to something that's quiet and relaxing and really chilling. So that's what makes that happen. What did she say? For some reason, whenever I'm in a relationship or dating women my age or younger, it always is a disconnect when it comes to maturity department, their mindset. I tend to do better with older women. Yes, my dear third ward. I know. I listen. I told y'all about the 30-year-old man who never called me back, third ward. He sat and looked at me and said, "Oh, you're beautiful." And I said, "Oh, you're handsome." And then he never called me back. I think we talked a couple times. And then I told you about the 35-year-old who I bought a coffee for, who I've never heard from. I don't know. These young men, I don't know what y'all like. I don't know what y'all like, sugars. Y'all clearly don't like your girl. All right, so let me get into a video. Since third ward is putting me in that mind state. I'm gonna get into this one first. Let me go to the one where the young man was explaining. Hold on, y'all. I'm doing this all the way wrong. Hold on. He said, "Oh, dude, yeah, man. He never. He texted me and was like, 'Thank you so much. Something's wrong with my phone.'" And then I was like, "Okay." I mean, I didn't hear from him after that. So I don't know what to tell y'all. Something. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to tell you when it happens like that. So since third ward is championing for the Cougar Chasers, we're gonna listen to this young man explain. I believe he has 5 reasons why younger men are choosing older women. And I need to know these 5 reasons because I need to know what you guys are talking about. Because you guys I don't know. I'm gonna see. Let's see what he says. He said, "Oh, dude, yeah, I don't know." Third word, yeah, he just didn't. I guess Drip said I'd be intimidating the men, so I don't know. All right, let's get into it. 5 reasons why younger men are choosing older women.
Than ever. Older women, not all older women, are more secured and grounded. I mean, just think about it. It is more likely that an older woman will have her stuff together than the average young woman. Because when you're young, you're still trying to figure out life, trying to figure out your career, what you want to do. A lot of developing and building in that part of our lives, right? But when it comes to older women and older people in general, most of them been through that stage already. And that's why I said not all, because you still have older people who still trying to figure things out. But in a lot of cases, most cases, they're in a different stage in their lives. So it is more likely that these women, these older women, will be more secured and grounded at this point in their lives, whether it's financially, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, because you also got to remember that with age brings experience. And that is aligned with relationships, because the older you are, the higher chance that you've been in more relationships, which means you've learned more from relationships. So you know how to handle certain situations that a younger woman would not know how to. So a lot of men of today's generation want that security when it comes to women. They want a woman who's been through it and knows how to understand relationships and the politics of relationships, but in the same token, teach them something. That seems to be a trend in today's gentlemen. The next reason why.
Where is Drip when you need him? I know you effing lying. What you talking about? They want me to teach them, baby. I'm not your mama. No, I know what he's saying. I know what he means. Some men do value the experience that you have, but let me tell y'all, what do you say? Also, if I'm being honest, older women aren't as prude or stiff in bed. My best sexual experience has been with the older women. I'm just being honest, future voice. Thank you. And hey, Zero. Here they are. Zero. And partner in effery. Y'all is funny. So yeah, I mean what he's saying is true though. When older women are more confident, they have more confirmed, they know what they want. And some younger men are looking for a little bit of that security that they're not gonna get in a younger woman. So I didn't watch the whole video, y'all. I was waiting to watch it with you guys. Okay. So I didn't watch the whole video. So I don't know what the rest of the reasons why younger men date older women is. I don't know, but we're going to find out, because when I tell you I do get hit on by more younger men, way more younger than men than I get hit on by older men. All right, so number 2.
You'll see a lot of today's men desiring older women is because they know what they want. Kind of piggybacking off of my first point, older women have been through a lot in their life.
Oh yeah, and so the experience thing he said, I don't know if I'm going to be able to hold 10 toes down on that, because I hear so many people, so many men in this space talk about how they do not want an older woman. They want that low body count. They want the woman, they want no experience so they can mold her. But he just said that's not true. You guys secretly do want the experience. I mean, really, what do you want in the bed? Do you want someone who knows what they're doing, who's someone who doesn't know what they're doing? I mean, if you barely know what you're doing because you're younger, both of us fumbling around down there is not going to make anything. It's not sexy. It's not sexy to be fumbling around like that. Okay, so yes, I do know. I can vouch for that. I do know what I want most of the time.
Lives, relationships, careers, downfalls, accomplishments, knowing what to do, knowing what not to do. And because of all this experience, they are closer to knowing what they want in life more than a younger woman who has not gone through all those things and those experiences. If I touch fire enough, I'll know after a few mistakes that I do not want to touch that fire ever again. But if I've never touched that fire, then I do not know not to touch that. Let me bring up a more realistic example. As I'm older and I've been through certain experiences when it comes to my career and my job, I know that I do not want to have relationships or date people I work with because I did it and it was terrible. It was not worth it. But because I've been in my career so long, or I've worked so many jobs and just understanding people, I know that it is not a good idea to date people that you work with. That is because of experience. But if I'm younger and I'm just starting my career, probably in my first position or my first job, I would not know that because I haven't been there. Because of experience, I know what I want. And
that is so true. That is so. Let me just spark this up, y'all. Y'all gonna make me start. That is so true.
That is what men look for in their woman when it comes to age gap dating and just wanting older women in general. These type of men want to be with women who know what they want because it makes decisions in their relationship easier. There's not a lot of guessing. This woman knows what she wants because she's been through it. And that can bring peace to a man. Another reason why these type of men love older women and look forward to being in relationships with older.
Okay. So if y'all are looking for peace, why don't y'all look for peace where the peace is at already? I'm confused. Okay, so Third Ward says another benefit of being with the older woman is that she's usually more invested and committed in the relationship compared to younger women. Right, because younger women think that there's more fish in the sea, and the older woman has already went fishing and she's already caught her fish, threw it back, and now, just like we can tell you, we already been to that watering hole, so we know there's nothing in there, right? A lot of younger women, what did you say? Oh, a lot of younger women be quick to leave the relationship. That's true. And you said what? Whenever they're mad or upset about something, it doesn't even have to be a serious or dramatic. Older aren't immature like that. Older women only leave relationships they've what? Oh, that are detrimental to them. Yes. You want to also consider that, especially before the relationship can get physical, she's gonna want to leave. You know what I mean? Where a younger woman will probably fight you back and key up your car, and I mean that's also too. The older woman understands the dynamics of. I mean, listen, if I really wanted to cost you something, I'm not gonna go do some stupid key up your car. Or I've seen so many crazy things like these young girls will like put shaving cream on the car and wrap it with tissue, and you know what I mean. And then one girl, what happened? She put white paint inside of his car, bust the windows open, and dumped the bucket of paint inside the car. And he just crying somehow he just can't stand her. See, sometimes the younger women, the older women, we don't do all that. We're not gonna do all that. For a couple reasons. We understand the bill. Don't nobody got time to go to court. We got too much built up for you to be talking about you trying to sue us. All that, right? Oh, what is that? Okay. Right. So all that. So don't nobody got time to be sitting up here with collecting no type of invoice. Nobody has time for all that. So that's why we get older, we don't deal with some of that stuff.
Older women is because of their emotional intelligence. Because older women been through so many relationships, through the ups and downs, the good things and the bad things. Also, with a lot of older women being divorced or widowed, so they've been through marriage. They understand those types of high level relationships. A younger man.
And why wouldn't you want a woman who has been through marriage already? Even if you just date her and y'all don't ever get married, she's already been through marriage, one. And she already has a very good foundation and understanding on what it's like to be in a relationship. Why would you want the inexperienced girl because she's younger? Even for you older men, y'all still go after the young Becky. So why would you not want someone who already has, I don't know,
who has not been through that level of emotional processes, relationships, would love to learn from an older woman like this, who's been through it, who knows, and not just for himself. He doesn't just want to learn for himself, but he feels like this will be a benefit to their relationship because she will know how to maneuver when certain things go down in their relationship. A man cannot do it all. And an honest and real man knows that. But he feels more secured when he knows his partner knows how to maneuver when there's things he doesn't know or things he can't fix or he doesn't have knowledge on when it comes to their relationship. He knows his woman has his back 100%, and she knows exactly.
I call cap on that, sir. I'm sorry, but these men these days are so intimidated by you having any knowledge outside of them giving it to you. Even the younger men, I y'all know my last situation. They don't want to learn from me. They want to learn from me when it's convenient, when it's something, don't let it be a legal situation or a contract or, but just in general, that's cap. They're not. So I don't know where that guy is that you're talking about. What'd you say, third? He said, to be honest, sometimes men get with women who act like they're peaceful. And once you get in knee deep with them, that's when they reveal the toxic and dramatic that they are, and you be shocked. Um, but that was because that was the representative the whole time. So that's the thing too with um older, I guess also with older women, you're not gonna get too much of that representative at first. You might get a little bit of a guard or a shield up, but then she's probably gonna leave you alone. I'll leave you alone faster than you will probably leave me alone. I mean, if it's gonna have to go back and forth like that, right? So that before it can get toxic and dramatic, you're gonna know with me as an older woman, it's toxic and dramatic from the very first day. If it's gonna be toxic and dramatic. If it's not, then it's just gonna be peaceful and chilling. And I'm a Cancer, and I really, really believe that a lot of times I am reacting, and if I'm reacting to something, um, that tells me a lot about the room and the environment that I'm in and the people that I'm around, right? So that's also what creates the toxicity and because we don't pay attention to that part third where we want to be in love and want to be with someone so much that we're not thinking about the actual incompatible features that incompatible characteristics that we have, then how it's just going to be, that part's going to be toxic no matter day 1 or day 10. But the person that's giving you their representative, oh, you're not going to know anything. And then what do we learn on Sharon's channel? Someone can hold that representation for almost 18 months. So you could be going with them, talking to them, kicking it for a year, and they never yelled at a waitress or never yelled at a server, right? But as soon as y'all get together after be 2 years deep into it, all of a sudden she cussing the waitress out, calling her crazy names. And you're like, oh my goodness, you weren't like this. That's because she held that representation. Mm. And she held it up for at least 2 years, they say. They say 18 months. Salute to Shoe Hustler and Musler. How are you doing? He said, I'm not conceited or chauvinistic to learn something from a woman. You're not too conceited or chauvinistic to learn something from a woman. Honestly, I personally believe men and women can both learn from each other, especially if in a relationship together. Yes, I agree, but I've been in situations with younger men that they don't want to learn anything from me. And so it's contradicting what this man just said. Right. But pride and ego will always get in the way or pretend of a potential good thing between two people. And at that point, because I'm a cancer, I'm gonna not want to do it anymore, right? Because a cancer will turn off. So I tried 2 times, now I can't, right? So that's my pride and my ego. My pride and my ego is not gonna let me try again. So if you didn't want to, if it, you didn't want to try to talk about it, work it out, whatever the case is, then that's what's gonna create the toxicity, right? Hey, sugar, what's up? Look, Hustler said, "Yup." Right, because once we like try to deal with you, and I think I don't even want to get into the astrological factor of it, but it's gonna always come up because that's what adds to the pride and ego. So yes, third word, yes, husband said, "Yup, yup." Pride and ego will always get in the way because the younger man is not gonna want to learn something, and he's gonna feel like me telling him something is me being older than him, but I am older than you. So even though the young man on this video said what he said, I just disagree with that because these young men are not as receptive, and cancers have breaking points. The beautiful thing about the cancer and being an older woman cancer, when I love on you, you getting all. I mean, it's just beyond, and you're already going to get a lot of love from a cancer woman, but now you're getting an older woman who knows what she wants, who has a lot of things made up, peaceful ways about myself. I don't be toxic unless you bring me toxicity, right? Like we said earlier, third ward. If you don't, it's so many dynamics that where you can bring toxicity into relationships where it won't, it affects everything. Don't think that that's something that we're doing that. He said, I don't think I've ever been or dealt with a cancer woman before. I'm not sure what y'all are like. Your characteristics are like. Well, we're really much cancers in general are crybabies. He said, Drip said, hey, what's up? Cancers in general are very emotional. A lot of times we're empathic, right? So in real life, we can feel the room shift. I can walk into a room and feel like, okay, what's going on here? Something ain't right. I could come in and I can tell, like, if you're mad at me, if you're angry with me, or you're bothered by me. Like, I'm gonna tell y'all, I've been rocking with Drip since his very first, like his third show, right? Been rocking with Drip. So I could tell in his voice when he'd be like, I could tell in his voice, I'm gonna tell y'all a secret, okay? Don't tell Drip, okay? Don't tell Drip. But I could tell in his voice when he'd be like, all right, Genesis, one mic. And then I could tell when he'd be like, all right, Genesis, one mic. Just because you can, we read the energy, so I could tell when sometimes he'd be like one mic, but then I can get my last 3 words out. I'd be like, no, but then I could tell sometimes when he'd be like one mic and I got to be quiet right then. Yep, just like that, like Debo power. But when I'm not on his show, I be talking. I be talking again, and he don't got no control over here. But when I be on his show, I be quiet. I do be quiet. I be a little bit quiet, but if but sometimes. But that's just because us cancers, we can read the room, and imagine adding that with like wisdom and a little bit of knowledge, and adding that to being able to like read people. So I could tell, sometimes, but then sometimes I could tell, but I don't care. So that's the bad part because I'm old and I'm grown and I'm 50 years old. And how much time you want me to care? I ain't got time to care. I'm finna be AARP soon. So I ain't got that much time to be worried about you and your little emotions. But, for the ones I care about, I got mad love for. I do care. Personally, I think that younger men are more open and willing to learn and listen, but they not. I'm telling you, sometimes they not. Y'all hard headed and y'all don't be listening to a woman compared to older women who are already stuck in their ways. We're not stuck in our ways. That's what I was saying. That the very thing you like about the older woman is meaning she's stuck in her ways. Remember I said that earlier at the top of the show, 44 minutes ago? That's why they call it stuck in her ways. It's because she's confirmed on her, and her standards are have changed, or her she's confident, right? But that's exactly what you said you like about an older woman. Hey, Cancer Gang. He said, okay, hustler, birthday's next week. Turn up. Turn up. Let's turn up for the Cancers. He said, what? I didn't realize that June, July Cancers are different people until recently. Yes. We are very much different people. Yes, you said I'm a June Cancer, and you and H&M are June Cancers, and I'm a July Cancer. Oh no, he said, okay, I don't know. What did he say? Tell me, I don't know. He said, I'm a Taurus, and at times I'm stubborn, I'm low F, hardworking, mature, reliable, grounded, loving, and sensual. Don't play with me. Don't come with me. If the sun finna go down now, you know, sensual. Don't start with no sensual. The sun finna go down. Is it after dark yet? Is it after dark yet? He said you read that wrong. I said compared to older men who are stuck in it. Oh, okay. Oh my, I'm sorry, Pookie. I'm sorry, sugar. I'm sorry, sugar. Oh, okay. I was gonna say you the Gemini. I mean you the early the June Cancer. Uh-huh. Okay, he said no, next month. Right. I thought your birthday was in July too. He said I have some Cancer traits: loyal, willing to go to war for people that you love, and can be emotional. Yes, and read people energy. So I think that's what gives us the boost in real life. Like if that's part of your astrological characteristic, you're gonna add that to being older and having your wisdom. So the peace that I have around me is different. Like I'm cool. Like I told y'all, I could be in the same house with you as long as I'm in the same house with you. And if I call you and you over there, and I'd be like, cynical, and you'd be like, what? And I'd be like, that's all I wanted. I don't really want nothing. I just want to know you over there. I don't really want nothing. She said, I'm a June Cancer, and you and HM are July Cancers, and we're so alike. Yes, we are much alike. That's why he get on my nerves. So back to the video, because again, I think the younger men do not want to learn from us older women. So I don't agree with that. Point three.
What to do because of her emotional intelligence. If this younger man feels some type of way because she did something or say something, she will be able to calm the storm and bring peace to the rocky waves because she has so much emotional intelligence.
Yes, baby, I got emotional intelligence, and I have a bosom that's for you to put your face in, sugar, when you feel like I need to calm your storm. I agree with that.
So now it goes from an argument and pettiness to peace and a solution. What I hear from a lot of today's men is that one thing they dislike about today's women is the pettiness, the arguing, and putting his business on blast on social media. It is hard to find a mature older woman who will do that because she's mature. And age, in most cases, and hopefully for your case, brings maturity. Another reason why today's men are looking for older women in their relationships is because she's more likely to be financially stable. As y'all know, there is an ongoing battle, an ongoing war with today's men and women when it comes to relationships, especially on social media, about who pays the bills. What percentage the man pays? What percentage the woman pays? Who pays for the first date? What gender should be the breadwinner? All these arguments and debates. But
none of that matters when you get older. See? What do you say, cynical? Facts, Jen. Yep. See? I'm quiet and reserved. You would think I talk a lot, but I don't. Actually, that's one of the things that bother other people about me when they want to talk, when they want me to talk, and I don't be talking. I mean, I save all my talking. I guess I save all my talking for those kind of for conversations. I guess I don't know, y'all, but I don't. In generally in real life, and I may have like moments where I talk for like 10, 15 minutes straight, about a bunch of different things, like equivalent to my show, right? I could be up here for a couple hours talking to y'all, and then we go through a bunch of different subjects, and then that'll be it. And then I'm good for a couple days. I might not have to talk to nobody for a minute. So I don't know. I'm really reserved and quiet too. Third word said, I'm not gonna lie, my biggest issue in relationships, whether intimate or friendships, is expecting people to care and show the same love and energy I show them. I learned the hard way. And you're a Taurus, so that's going to also play because Tauruses are very meek and mild and calm and peaceful people. So, like, my sister's a Taurus, so you do something to her and she'd be like, oh, okay. You know, she might be mad, but then she'd leave you alone. And then, you know, then her whole thing is that, yeah, you didn't reciprocate the way she gave it. You know what I mean? And I get that. I get that for me, too. Would you say my newest best friend and I have June cancers? Oh yeah, see, and cancers will go and slap everybody and their mama for you, and don't worry about and cry because we're trying to figure out how we cannot go to jail for slapping you and get away with it. Cancers definitely. That's half the reason why I'm crying. If I'm mad, oh my God, I'm just trying to sit up here and think how many times I gotta go in my mind. I'm going over the episode of How to Get Away with Murder where they brought the details and they showed the details. You know, in my mind, I'm like, okay, they dug the ditch 12 inches, 12 feet instead of 6 feet. Like, and that's the running joke about us cancers and why we cry when we get mad. It's because we're trying to figure out how to get away with what we want to do to make you feel the pain that you just gave us. So, oh, y'all, I turned my music down because he was talking. Okay, so out of all the persons I dated or dealt with, air signs, Gemini, Libras, oh, that's your best ones, huh? I don't know. I like Leos, but Leos don't be like, they like me, but we're not good together sometimes. I'm gonna try Virgo. I don't think I've been with a Virgo. Um, she said I tend to attract those signs. And see, so in real life, you got to think about like the compatibility factor, right? He said, "My new two best friend," and I refer to ourselves as ethical trolls. In real life, you got to like put that in perspective to like, you know, when you're dating yourself, dating someone, you already know that there are certain characteristics you don't like, and as you get older, you're really not going to tolerate some of this bull, you know, some of these fake representatives, these characteristics. You're not going to tolerate it. You're not going to be able to deal with it, and it's not going to translate. It don't make sense.
One thing a lot of men love about older women who are financially stable is that these type of women do not care about none of that because they can hold their own. You will find these type of women say, I don't need a man to pay for me. I got my own money. I don't need you to pay my bills. Let's just have a conversation with.
Yes, because at that point, young man, I don't need a man. I want a man. Okay? I don't need a man. I want a man. That's not the same thing. Okay? That's why it's not like, oh, she's all independent. She don't need nobody. Oh, no, because hopefully by the time you get to this point in your life, you got some things in order. You got some things on auto pay. You got some things that are just, you know, you got a financial path you're going on. So hopefully by this time, she doesn't need you. She needed you back then while you was building. But we're going to get into that because apparently the men think of this a whole different way.
Comfortable for our situation in our relationship. These type of women are more open to having conversations, healthy conversations, mature conversations about money in their relationships, where a lot of men, today's men, think the opposite of today's younger women. So you'll see these men find more comfort, more peace and serenity in not worrying about how much he has to pay or having that financial pressure because he knows his woman is good and that she's not going to put that pressure on him. And the last point I'm gonna bring up about why today's men are looking more towards older women in their relationships is because older women can teach a thing or two. As you see, the theme of this video is experience. Experience is birthed by time, and experience births knowledge, lessons, teaching, maturity. You have to go through something to know something. You have to touch something to truly feel something. You only know what you know. And because older women have been through so much, they can actually teach their man, their younger man, something he hasn't been through, especially for men who want to be better versions of themselves, who are open to learning, who are always looking for knowledge. What better place to get that from than your woman, your partner, your loved one? If a woman is able to drop gems on her man, make him avoid situations that he shouldn't be in, make him accountable and look at the decisions that he make or look at his decision making and realize like, wow, she made an impact on my mind. That makes a tremendous difference on a man. And he will yearn that. He will love to have that. Those learning moments, that life education is what a lot of today's young men are looking for in their partner. All right. So thank you for coming to my.
So do y'all think so? What do you think, Third Ward? You agreeing with this? He said he can learn something from a young woman. Cynical, you saying facts about this? Yes. I think some of it. I think some of it, but I don't know about the whole learning. I feel like it should be a part of the relationship, but I know you agree with him. Okay? I'm just saying in my experience, the agreeing is, I don't know if I can wholeheartedly. So I don't know. But here are some interesting, y'all know me and my physics, right? My physics facts. There's some interesting, I hate when my computer moves so like this. So I can tell y'all what's so interesting when it pops up. Okay. So as I was going through my videos, we're going to watch this other video first, and then I'm going to bring up my questions. So make sure y'all, I don't see y'all like the video. Y'all don't like the show? Okay. Am I backward? Oh, my thing is backwards. Okay. Is it backwards over here? It's not backwards over here, but on YouTube side, it's showing up backwards. That's crazy. Okay. He said, I agree with him. Okay. We're going to do this because I got too much going on right here. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me go to. Okay. Did I save this one? Y'all know me. I smoke. Listen, it's legal. Okay, this is what I wanted to go to. That's exactly what I wanted to do. All right, so I need to go to my channel. Don't rush. I need to go to, is it my playlist? Yep, period. All right. Okay. We're finna go through some of these clips real quick. Okay. And then I'm gonna come back, and then you say you agree with him? Okay. He said, look at it from this standpoint. A lot of younger men can learn anything from a woman their age or younger because of how superficial and immature they are. So younger men naturally are willing to learn from older women who are more mature and not as superficial as their younger counterparts. And that's true too, because I do know that is also one of the greatest compliments that I have had is that I'm not superficial, and I'm not like requiring, eyelashes and wigs and things that are extra costs. And I don't have that facade as well. Like, my makeup is what y'all see. Y'all see my pictures, so y'all see that is me. So then I've also been told, complimented in that regard. So I think that might be right, the superficial factor. And then the immature, I mean, I have some immature things about me, but I know that I'm probably a little more mature in certain situations. So let's get into some more, okay? Y'all know I love my fun facts. So right now, dating challenges for women over 40, and we're going to go ahead and say also over 50, because some things change at 50 that weren't there at 40. But let's let him tell us what had happened. Right? He finna tell us why. And and listen, some of this is very true.
Challenges that women over 40 face. But one of the challenges is they face is you can't unsee what you've seen. You can't unhear what you've heard. And what happens is, and what do I mean by that? That means that they bring this ideology because, number one, other men have done this to me, and so I look at new relationships through the lens of those relationships. That's number one, because the only way you can see something new is you've got to change the lens and be willing to identify, to look at something new. Now, I'm not saying don't bring your experiences, don't bring the things that have helped shape you. But what I am saying is a lot of women over 40 will not look at the situation for what it is or who this person is. They view the person through the lens of someone else.
How true is that?
But at 50,
hold on.
it's the
How true is that? How true is that? That is probably the downfall of dating an older woman, and it's probably the downfall of that woman herself, is how hard it is to not see the next guy for what the last guy did. You know, you're gonna make this next person. That's what y'all say when you make the next person. Don't bleed on the next person. They didn't cut you, right? Is that what you're saying? Where you're like, you know, you don't bring my issues. I'm not the one who hurt you. Hola. Yeah, hola. Hola, sugar. Thank you for coming over. Thank you so much for coming over. Thank you for like, comment, and subscribe. Yes. Thank you. So I guess that's what that is, when it's the whole like bleeding onto the other person who didn't cut you, right? Is that's what that means when we're like, oh, you know, you can't punish me for what happened to you, someone else did. And if when you're dating someone that's older, unfortunately, they have already been wounded. And unfortunately, sometimes the new person does come in and cuts the wound. They think they can play with, he's talking about, older women rock. Thank you. You know, like they want to play these same games, and those games aren't going to work. That's one reason why. I don't know if I want to see if this is the next video, but they're all in order. Oh yeah, they all are in order. Okay. Oh, okay. So we finna just go down the line real quick. Okay, so I remember I was watching these videos. I think we haven't got to it yet, but where the girl was saying how men see women the same at 20 and at 50. They're looking at the same person, which by default, if you think about that, that eliminates everybody in between. But let's get back to this one. Let me see what he said.
men who marry women in their 50s. All right. So
Oh, right. This was that guy. Okay, yeah. Y'all, look at this. Watch this. Watch how he explains this.
at 50, it's the men who marry women in their 50s. All right. So if you look at the U.S. Census data, when you start looking at single women, it shrinks by the time women get like 60. So most 60-year-old women have either been married or are going to get married. Why? Because the men, when they turn 50, don't want it alone, right? So they started getting serious. So if you date someone in your 50s as a 50-year-old, that man is out of the player phase.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
He might not even have no juice left. That'll be.
He wants to settle down. He wants to travel the world with someone, or he's open to a woman, exposing him to new things, to fun. He wants to backsplash. He hears host Thanksgiving and Christmas and stuff that men don't think about. They want that lifestyle. So women in their 50s actually date towards marriage at a higher clip because they're dealing with men who are more marriage minded.
Wait a minute, is that true? How? Is that true? Oh my gosh, did y'all hear what he said? Is that true? Who's 38? 38, Ola? Yano? He said, how old are you? 38, Ola? He said, yep, you got that. Okay, 38. Welcome to the Wall Hitters Association. Where I am your president of the Wall Hitter. And this is for all those people who they said that nobody is going to love on us because we are too old. And they have told me that, and y'all. So therefore, welcome to the Wall Hitters Association. They have, where does it say? What did I put down there? Oh, unworthy, forgotten, and unloved, courageous, beautiful, powerful, and amazing. Period. Okay, just letting y'all know. All right, let's get back to the video. Depends on the person. What did you say? You say, yeah, I feel it depends on the person and how they are raised and the spirituality. What depends on the person and how they were raised? Whether or not they will date an older person or a younger person? I don't know, sugar. All right, so hold on. Let me see. Is this the video, the one that I wanted to show? So what did you think about what we just said? Men who are in their 50s, supposedly, what we're saying now is that they are looking to date their own age, right? Because they don't want to die alone. They don't want to end up by themselves, and they're looking for women who are a little more stabilized. But that's not what we see, because the younger men's want the older women, and the older men's want the younger women. So I don't know. But let's go into this one, because this is another perspective also. They say if you're not married or dating as a man, if you're not married by the time you're a certain age, then something's wrong with you, right? That's what they say. They be like, something's wrong with you. What's going on with you? Why haven't you, settled down? Why haven't you decided what you're going to do with yourself? And it looks different for men than it does for women. All right. So let me just give y'all my little facts and facts and facts. So there's a lot of stuff going on. So a lot of things that add to, here's the facts part of the show. There's quite a tremendous amount of detail that add to why women are single at a certain age and childless, as well as older and single, right? So let's get into this one. The truth about the female desire. The look at female desire is also frowned upon. So there's another whole aspect about how women, just in general, us wanting someone. Because remember I said earlier, y'all, and does that make me a old 304? Because not me sleeping around with different men, but me telling the men that, hey, I don't think we need to wait around for nothing. If we just gonna get to it, we're gonna get to it, right? That's what you're here for. That's what I'm here for. So for whatever reason, I have encountered this as well with a mate of mine who thought it was just a little bit unladylike to let him know that I was horny, right? It was unladylike for me to push up on him and be like, yo, right? Isn't that what Sharon was talking about earlier, like the male consenting? Not pushing up on him in his sleep, y'all. So we're not talking about him consenting to anything. We're saying what he did consent to, right? Me pushing up on you, showing you that I'm interested, is sometimes also looked at and frowned upon. So Psychology Today reads to say that the female desire, the woman desire, it's frowned upon and has a sense of holding back the tears and slightly downward tilted head of a female client that's holding her head down, looking down, wondering why I never really feel like having sex with my husband. Or the older woman who can't understand, she's in the hospital, she's in the doctor's office, and she doesn't understand that why she has this heightened libido after her husband has passed away and she's now 65 years old and widowed. But now she's an old, horny woman. The truth is about 70% of women hardly ever want sex out of the blue. We want the program, we want the routine, we want the planned, the flowers on the floor on the way to the bedroom. We want all that. And we want some spontaneity. But spontaneous desire can be thought of as a feeling that when you get randomly out of the blue, you want sex. It isn't really what women traditionally want. And that's not how, especially as you get older, the spontaneity is not going to add anything to the love life, okay? Let's get into some more serious facts. This means that experiencing the woman's sexual desire, especially in the context of long-term relationships, most of them have to be turned on in some way. most of them needs a foreplay. But that's just women in general. But I guess when you're younger, you can do a little more spontaneity. But as you get older, what was that? Oh, as you get older, it seems that when arousal isn't necessarily desire, and then desire isn't necessarily arousal as we get older. Okay, so I haven't been over. Let me see what y'all saying in the chat. Do I have a new comment? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know what that means, but let's get back to it. In real life, where'd it go? Okay. So yes, women need to be turned on, but as you get older, you know, there's other things that, and in just in general, as a woman, you have things that can break the libido, kill it, you know, that can just turn everything off, because a lot of our stimulation is still mental and emotional. So it's the same thing as for the younger women as it is for older women. So it's no different, right? Given that much, out of our ideas of about sexually biased male is by default what comes to mind, right? Otherwise, you have a bias against women and their sexuality, or women and their sexual desire. But it's still the same. It's like even on average to some men, right? Men who have a lower sexual desire, there's women who have the same level. Like sometimes you kind of like bottom out the same way, right? So it's not to say that older women don't desire the warm cuddling after a hot and heavy session. They want to lay in bed after a long day's work. They want to still experience a spontaneous desire to do things. But then at the same time, as you get, again, respect to being older and having more of a, what they said, emotional stability, financial stability, things do need to be a little more planned or structured or thought out, you know, which in my opinion just shows effort. So it's not just necessarily saying that, you know, it's unattractive if a woman is making advances towards her man, but for some reason, you know, as we get older, you know, there needs to be more conversation, just because people fall into their own little ways and they fall into what's comfortable for them. And again, that people mistakenly think that as women get older, their libido is not as high as it used to be, when it could be all based on how you live your life, right? And what you do what you do in your life, right? So let me help y'all out, okay? Because for some reason y'all think when women get older, they hoo-ha don't work. And the hoo-ha be working fine, actually, okay? The hoo-ha works. However, probably why older women are so peaceful is because stress is a libido killer. We don't want it. It's if you married and your husband only give you 52 pumps every 2 weeks, you're going to want every 52 pump that you get. So that's partly why stress is depleted and takes away, you know, the libido, and it depletes the energy. But that's partly why she's probably so peaceful, because for her to stay in the mood, it can't be no stress, right? So it makes sense. As if you constantly in a fight or flight. And then that goes into our relationship, sir, because if I'm afraid of you, if I'm intimidated by you because you want to lead with power and you want to lead with fear and what you think is called is strength, then that's definitely not going. I tell y'all all the time, that is a habitual vagina dryer, y'all. You might as well just go in there and get my blow dryer, plug it up, and point it to my vagina and just blow it dry. That's what every time you fight with me, you might as well just blow it dry, sugar. It's not gonna never. And I'm talking about dry like the sponge underneath your sink. Go underneath your sink right now and get that sponge. Sometimes it be blue with the little scrubby on the back. It's green and yellow. That dried up sponge. That's how that vagina be dried up. That dried up sponge underneath your sink with the yellow sponge and the green scrubby. Yeah, when you see that dried up sponge, it's gonna come to your mind. You're like, Genesis said, this is what the vagina is. This is what happens with the vagina when we pull these shenanigans and argue and fight and cause stress. It dries it up. Dries it up. Okay? I don't know what y'all think y'all finna do. I mean, unless we've communicated that I like to fight and that turns me on, all that extra don't do nothing but dry it up, baby. That okay? It dried it up when I was younger, and it still dried up right now as an older woman. So I'm just gonna let y'all know. And I don't know who else women agree with me, but I'm pretty sure if they could raise their hand in solidarity and you don't know about it, then baby, they dried up too with your little arguing and extras and all that, especially with these younger men. I can't do all that. You've been and dried me up so bad. Ain't no lotion, ain't no Vaseline gonna work, none of that. Okay, because you done dried it up too much. I can't do it. I can't do it. So stress is one of the main things that make cause it a big, especially if it's the same. Y'all don't understand if it's the same person that's stressing you out and the same person's supposed to touch you in all the right places. How is that supposed to happen? My brain, I'm still mad at you. I'm mad at you for that, Are we still going at it? And you want me to let you touch me? No, ma'am. No ham, no turkey, no sir. So just y'all have to remember the things. Just like men, some things mess women up too. Okay? Some things mess women up too. And don't get it twisted. Let me go on to my next fun fact. Okay? So it's normal for a woman to need a little warming up before experiencing the desire for having sex, right? For example, she might be watching a movie, might be a steamy hot sex scene that turns me on. You might kiss me, hug me, rub me, something might happen. So it's normal for a woman to get a little warmed up. So it's okay if she's not turned on right away. There's so much other things on our mind, especially as you get older. But as we get older, what we tend to see what's happening now, sugars, is that y'all men aren't touching us older women. You're not touching us in the right spots. Them spots you thought that worked with Lil Kiki, them only work with Lil Kiki. You want to slap her on her behind out of nowhere, you can't do that to me, okay? Because you might give me a whole heart attack. You can't just walk up on me and just don't announce yourself. So you might do that with Kiki, but you can't do that with me. Okay, he said, I like to fight. I'm just saying I like to fight too, but if you're going to play around and fight, that's what he said, make it clear. Because that way, be like, you so messy, boo, I love you. Then I can fight back with you. But yeah, stress messes up everything. So they don't even realize that. And then they stress you out, and then they want to do the hunching on you. How you going to hunch on the very same person you pissed off? My hunching is not even turned on. My hunching erogenous zone, my hunchings don't even get turned on. I can't turn my hunching on. So you need to understand what you're doing. But the younger men, y'all think just because y'all can touch and rub and beat and I don't know, beat on people. I don't know, sugar. All right, so let me go to my IG. Okay, so now we're going to get into, okay, we got this one over here. Now, hold on. Wait, hold up. I forgot I had to go all the way back to the beginning, y'all. I was reading it for myself. Okay, so, let me go ahead and share my page with y'all then. I'm going to show. Oh, wow, that's funny. Okay, so let's go over here. All right, I like this little cartoon video. 10 things. It says 10 things you should know about having sex in your 40s. All right, look at them. I love that we can just talk honestly about what we want now. Yeah, it feels easier than ever to be open with you. All right, so your 40 have your 40s have a way of surprising you. I want to know what's the 10th thing. Let's get to it. How does sex change in your 40s? Well, it feels different. Sex in your 40s often feels different. Not better, not worse. Just fuller, more intentional, and more connected. Is that true? 10 things you should know about having sex in your 40s. You need to pay close attention to your heart health. Your heart health, y'all. Did we not Because I swear to God, I'm telling you, you just can't bang both head into the headboard and then no, you can't give me a heart attack. Okay, definitely can't do that. I can't go into cardiac arrest. But you must pay attention to your heart health. Okay, if you plan to have sex after 40, a healthy heart directly relates to a healthy sex life. What's number 2? Okay. Oh, the myth. Hold on. Oh, the myth is many people believe that heart concerns only matter later in life and not in your 40s. Okay, so y'all got to take care of your heart. The second thing is you're at greater risk of contracting an STD. Why? Why are you at greater risk of contracting an STD in your 40s? Let's see. What? Smith and colleagues publishing in the International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health studied STI knowledge among adults ages 65 to 94 and found that participants answering fewer than half of the knowledge questions correctly on average, highlighting a significant gap in awareness among older populations. So this research has shown that older people aren't aware of what STDs are out here. Y'all, speaking of the STD, let me make myself a note. Find the STD video. STD video. Okay, I make myself a note. Now I got to do it, okay? Because that is some freaky shit. What do you mean? Among those who are widowed and divorced, re-entering the dating pool awareness, the study concluded that remains are unmet. And what? Y'all need to know about these STDs, STIs. The myth is that STD is only a young person's disease, but infection risk remain real at any age. Okay, what do they say now? She said, I'm not in the mood every single night anymore. That's okay. We go with what feels right. So most men notice some changes in their sexual health during the 40s as well. What do they get? They get a nice case of erectile dysfunction. Yep, y'all see it right there in the blue. They get a big old case of ED. Well, then they have medicine for that. So the myth is many think that ED is an old man's problem, but yet subtle changes it can begin in your 40s. Ooh, often respond to the habits and the medical guidance. Number 4, women may become more orgasmic than ever. I don't know. We need to see this one. This one I think we need to read because I don't know. Yes. While some myths claim that older women can find it hard to orgasm, research has proven that sexual satisfaction in women increases with age. Older women tend to feel more pleasure while having sex in their 40s. Period. And do. But what's the myth, y'all? Hold on. Oh, in a way, they unlock a new phase in their sex life. Because at this point of their lives, they feel more confident and more comfortable and not afraid to explore sex. What's the myth? People often assume that women lose sexual pleasure with age, yet find it deeper confidence, stronger communications, and more fulfilling orgasms during their 40s. What? Do you believe? Do you believe in love after love? Do you believe? Is that a Rogue C that I see? Hello, Rogue C. How are you, beautiful? Hello. Hello to you. How are you doing? Oh, I have some. Okay, I didn't even go back. Okay, let me go back in here into the chat. I'm sorry, y'all. I was reading, y'all. Hold on. What you say? He said nibble on the back of the neck. What? I'm just saying. If you let me know and I'm going to let you know and you're going to let me know, sir. That's all we going to say. But, what? You're going to show them the STD video this summer? What? They're getting him at any age. Let me go to the STD video, show y'all that. Thank you, Rogue C. Thank you so much. That means a lot, okay? Thank you. Yeah, they'd be awkward in explaining it to the, yes. But see, we didn't have, back then we had conversations about this. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. You know. Oh, big old case of the what? That not the gummy worm. Oh, you know about it? Oh, not that you know about it. Oh, don't tell nobody, okay? Hola. I got this video about the STD. I'm about to tell y'all about it. Okay, I found a video. It's I didn't pin it. Okay. But yes. So let's go. All right, let's go here. Let me post here. I thought I did post it. I mean, I thought I pinned it. Let me go over here and pin it for y'all. I'm sorry. All right, so there we go. All right, so I pinned it to the chat for y'all. Okay, hold on a second. There's only one way to come into the Sugar Shack, and that is on a big old sweet ride.
Come on in.
Thank you for coming.
I'm so glad you know that your presence is a gift. What you bring is powerful. Your words are valuable. So come on in, pull up a seat, join the conversation while great minds meet. Welcome to the show. I'm so glad you are here. Welcome to the show.
All right, shout out to the Smitty, Smithodamus, Smitharu. I don't know. Smitty! Hey, y'all, what's up? Everybody say hello. Hey, so what are you laughing at me?
Yeah, I'm always laughing at you because you just silly as shit. But Jen, how are you, beloved? How are you, beloved?
I'm okay, just doing my little show. My goal is to get 5 cash apps of $5 because I need $25. So I don't only have a show goal, but I do today, y'all. So make sure
You
y'all look
need
at my
25. You
cash app at
said
the bottom, and y'all look at my
how
cash app
close to
here.
you to the did you get anything towards the goal?
No, hold on, let me see. Let me put that up for y'all, and I'm gonna say, oh, hold on, and let me go get my phone because I have not looked at my phone. It's been over there charging. But I appreciate you. So y'all check this out.
For supporting my
Oh
little
wait,
show.
don't check it out.
Thank you for the
There you go.
money. Thank you for the guap. Thank you for the cheddar, cash, coin, and dough. Every penny goes so far. I can never say enough kind words. Thank you from my heart to yours. Thank you for the coin, cash, guap, Fetty, cheddar, dough, cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. Like, comment, share, subscribe.
All right. So if you're wondering, that's how you get to it. It's the beautiful Cash App, and I don't usually ask for support for the show, but hey, thank you. If you do support, I will make sure I shout you out. And let me get back to my 5 other things. So, Minnie, were you listening? Have you been listening?
I just got here because I saw your message. So I was like, oh shoot, she's up. So, you know me, I'm gonna come through for you, fam.
Okay, so let me get through my 5 facts because you guys know that I always have to bring the knowledge. So we are here that the other fun fact about older what's the topic? What's the thing? I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta go back up to the topic of this one. Oh, 10 things you should know about having sex in your 40s. That's what this article is about. All right, so we're on number 5. I wanted to get to number 5. Number 5 is that men can usually last longer than usual. Well, the decline in hormones doesn't only have its own disadvantages, but also has advantages because the hormone levels men are reduced and they find it hard to ejaculate faster. which is okay. But the myth is some people reduce hormones always harms men's sexual experience, but it doesn't. It's slower than usual and it can create more connection, gentler pacing, and a surprisingly satisfying intimacy. So since you can't bust out to the 62 pumps like you used to, you can give her 46 pumps, but now it's 46 good, love, slow, good pumps, right? All right, so number 6, lube should be used during sex. If you in your 40s, they always say that because they say, why? The woman's libido is gone by the time she's 40 and 50. So that means what? She got to dry it up. And she's not feeling anything. She don't get moist down there. That's wrong. But it's usually advisable to have lube during sex at any age. But if you need it during sex, then while you're in your 40s, then use it. But it's not like, it's because she is experiencing dryness and it's because, because she's older. That has nothing to do with it. Okay. All right.
My bad.
So
I had a phone call coming. My bad about that.
Oh no, you're good. So, this is the other thing about it too, is that they assume it because the woman does have a certain level of dryness based on her irregular menstrual sex cycle. So because she might be 50 years old and still having her cycle, she's gonna have some normal experiences that always come with having a cycle. What's the myth, you guys? Many think that lube is only for problems, yet it simply supports comfort and pleasure, especially if it's a natural lubrication that changes during your 40s. Okay, so if something happens, then you just need help. Then you just need a little help. But you need help at any age. It's not because you're older. Number 7.
What are we talking about? I just came back. Okay, sounds like we're talking about dry vaginals. Keep going.
No, we're not. But
I'm sorry, my bad.
We're talking about 10 things you should know about having sex in your 40s. Since the name of the show is what? Okay. So, where we be?
Okay. Let me stop being slow. Let me stop being slow.
You made me go back too far. Okay. Wait, I was on number 7. All right. So, number 7, you start looking for other ways to find pleasure. Some say that's true, right? You start getting more experimental, i.e., why you find, what was that, the auntie and the uncle on Friday, and they was in there doing a kinky, and he had on the BDSM, and he had on the leather with the ball in his mouth, and she was whooping him. So, shit like that, right? Stuff like that, where you start to get a little more creative, and you start exploring different things, right? It may not get tiring for you, but it depends solely on the sex and to feel pleasure in your 40s. It just depends, I guess, right? And if you and your partner should experience to explore into new ways of achieving intimacy, that's great. The myth is that some people believe that you must come only from penetration, yet sex and intimacy. Yet that's not always true. That's what the other, like the little Tantra and the Kama Sutra. And if you really are doing it right, you really can reach a point where you can get full, you have a full orgasm. So number 8, sex may get a little boring and if you're looking to conceive. I don't know about this at 40 because I'm past 40 and I don't know. But it says for women over 40, the quality is verse over quantity with the deal with her whole eggs and her having it more often than and having it not having it if you're trying to make a baby. I don't know. But what's the myth? That people say assume the baby making is natural, strengthens intimacy, but too much can focus on the conception can add pressure, which now you stressed out, which now you're not. It's completely contradicting the whole baby making process. Number 9, you may need to put in a little work. Just a little work. Right? Most men and women face hormonal changes in their 40s. I know I did when I was 40. Now I'm 50 and I'm like, okay, what's happening? Right? You have to put in a little more extra effort. So that's why we were saying earlier that the younger men was working better with the older women because the younger men want to put the effort in, right? We saw that earlier on with the other video. Before intercourse, you're gonna get a little sexual stimulation going on, a little foreplay, a little smack on the booty, a little something. Sometimes it's all day long, but you may need to do a little something extra. Both y'all, the man and the woman. If you're dating an older man, dating an older woman, what's the many believe that the desire should stay effortless forever, but it's not. It's changing. Changing hormones often means slowing down, communicating more, and embracing foreplay and meaningful parts of intimacy. And number 10, do something other than the usual. Now, if you're just gonna climb up on me every night and you're gonna hunch 14 times to the left, 14 times to the right, I guess after a while, I guess it can seem like it's like sex is no longer no good. Now you're gonna blame it on me, us being older, because we tired, but you keep giving me the same 14 pumps to the left and 14 pumps to the right. But I guess at this point we need to start doing something different, right? So change it up, be somebody else different, put on a wig, have an accent. Say, hello, how are you doing, Senor Smithy? Is there something I can get for you?
I'm
Right?
gonna tell you
What's
right
it?
now. I'm gonna tell you, come in there, come in a room with a who needs a quickie mart accent, and you're gonna get gummy bear all night. You better know how to switch that thing up to some kind of, I don't know, something. But I'm gonna tell
Why'd
you
you
right
say
now.
Quickie Mart? You are, hello, how can I help you? The
Yeah,
bananas are 3.99.
who needs a quickie mart? That about is quickie smart. No, you
No,
come in there
no,
with the
no,
feminine version of that accent. I'm not getting up.
no,
Because first of all, when you come in the room, I'm gonna think it's a scam. I'm gonna be like, "Hold on, where's my wallet? Where's my wallet? Hold on, I know she didn't take nothing. I hear East Indian in the building. I'm sorry. No, no, no. That's just
no.
yeah.
You need to have
I'm
a
going
cute
straight like
little
that. I'm going
French
straight like that.
accent. All right, so the myth on that one is switch it up, change it up, try something new, right? Trust yourself in a relationship, and especially if your partners are 40 and above, there's been together for a considerable amount of time. Sometimes it can get boring. Sometimes you could you think you're doing something and you're doing the same old left and the same old right and the same old front, same old back. Switch it up sometimes. So the myth about that is that some think that routine keeps you stable. So you think you keeping her there. You think you keeping him there by doing that same old left to the left and same old sexual cha-cha slide, right? But in
Slide to the
long-term
right.
in
One hot,
long-term
one hot.
relationships, you want your partner to be a little still stay curious, right? Have a little curiosity. So try new ideas,
Mhm.
bring fresh energy into the conversation, bring in new role playing, wear a costume, put on a wig, act like you don't know who he is, and be like, oh, I'm gonna call my boyfriend, you know. But those are my fun facts of the day, you guys. Y'all know I
Can
come
I
for the
give you a
bullshit.
disturbing true story of that real quick?
What? You have a
Can
disturbing
I give?
story?
Yeah, I have a disturbing true story of what you just told people to do. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Go
To play
ahead.
it up. Okay, well
Yeah,
let me
yeah.
hold I'm gonna you can tell your story in just 2.2 seconds. As soon as I get through and say to anybody, who to what? He said yes. Oh no, I'm not gonna read that. He said get all the pills and give it to the folks who have high blood pressure. Hold on, let me make sure I just address the chat and I do see comments. So I just wanna say I did see something here. Uh-oh, hold on. He said, what did you say? He said, I'm in trouble. I can't see that. Oh, he said, I'm in trouble then because I'm boring old now. Yeah. Now, if you need a younger man, what? Then what? Adelante? I can't read that. An old fart. I can't work like that I used to. Well, that's why they're saying we know that he said 14 times. That's why we're saying that to do a little switch it up, do a little make it fun. Like I said, don't be like the auntie and uncle that's on Friday with the leather and the whips and the chains and all that. You ain't got to go that far. I mean, if you like that kind of stuff, then go as far as you want. So, yeah. All right, go ahead. What was your story? I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss the chat.
Nah, you good. Okay, so I
You
am
said you got a
coming through
disturbing
good.
story. Go ahead. You got a
Yeah,
disturbing
yeah, yeah,
story.
yeah, yeah. No, no, it is to me. It's disturbing. To you guys, it may be kinky, but to me, it's very, very disturbing. So this is a true story. So I was dating this one chick. This is back, I think maybe 2019. And long story short, uh, just like how you said, she was one of those, we got to talking freaky, like, so what you really like to do? Like, what's your fantasy? We got on that, what's your fantasy conversation. So I
Mm-hmm.
told her what my fantasy was, which I will not divulge on this platform, right? And then she told me what she was into, which I don't mind divulging because y'all don't even know who she is, and I'm not gonna say her name. But anyway, so let's just say Cheryl was like, I said, so all right, that's mine. So what's your fantasy? She said, I said, what was wrong? She said, I don't want you to
Oh,
judge me.
I know. I think I know this one. Go ahead.
She said, I don't want you to judge me. I'm like, I'm not gonna judge you, girl. Just what is it? Come on, spit it out. Say it with your chest. She said, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why, but my fantasy is I'm in the house, I'm making something to eat, and I'm gonna put like a ladder on the side. She's in an apartment building. She's like on the second floor. She's like on the second floor. She's like, I'm gonna put a ladder on the side so it'd be just high enough. And she said, I want you at night to climb up and sneak on the balcony. I'm gonna leave it unlocked, and I want you to act like you creeping in, and I want you to come in and take it. And I'm gonna be like, oh my God, no. And I'm like, when she was done, I'm like, oh my God, no. Like, no, I'm not doing that. Like, oh my God, no. Like, that's your fantasy? She said, I told you not to judge me. I'm like, I'm not judging you. I'm just wondering where that, man.
Some women have that. Some women have that.
Like, can we do like just bondage? Like, I just tie you up, and I'll do bondage. I'll hog tie you. I'll do the hog tie.
No, they're into that, the fantasy, right? They want it's the great fantasy. Yep, they want it. Some women want
she
that.
actually, yes, and she was big on
that.
and she was big on choke me a lot during the process. You know the whole why you know the
No,
she wanted to she liked to be choked. Like, I'm like, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm like, I'm uncomfortable. She's like, you're not judging me, are you? I'm like, no, I'm not judging you.
Yep,
I'm just telling
I am
you.
Judging you.
No, I wasn't judging her. I'm telling her I'm uncomfortable. I was honestly uncomfortable because I'm like, no. Do you know my strength? Like, you don't want me to choke you. Like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not even taking that chance. Like, no. And then that's not even pleasurable to you. Then you gotta think. It isn't supposed to be just pleasurable for you. Whatever we are gonna do, I need to find pleasure in it too. I don't find any pleasure in being a creepy person climbing in like, that doesn't get my dick hard. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that. That doesn't get me aroused. Thinking like, yeah, I'm gonna climb up the window, sneak in here. Ha, you don't know I'm here. Then I'm gonna choke you out like that. I'm not turned on by that. So you're gonna get gummy bear. You're getting all gummy bear. But anyway, I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out.
All right, so before we're gonna go into, let me see what you're saying. Oh, talking in the chat. Okay, so I thought I had the music on repeat. I thought I did turn it on. I did not. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna go to my next video. What happened? There we go. Is it too loud? All right, there it is. All right, so I'm gonna go to this next video, y'all. Shout out to Anton Daniels to bring the bull on the bull, right? So I was watching this video and I remember this conversation. Okay, this is back when he had, or this is still why he has his Anton Daniels show. So shout out to you, Anton. Shout out to me for using your video, because this is exactly what I was looking for. Because once this was also said to me that, hey, you're getting to a certain age, what's wrong with you, and then what's wrong with you, right? So listen.
Mid-30s, you're single, you are somehow toxic. There's something that's not working.
That's not true.
You've been dating since you were 16 years old. Like now you damn near 40 and you still single. There's something wrong with you. Honestly speaking, when I hit 25, I was like, damn, there's something probably wrong. Maybe it's me being toxic.
Is this what I'm hearing?
But why? Men get married by the time they're in their late 20s, early 30s.
But toxicity isn't the only
It's not about
reason.
age. Thank you.
I'm just saying, so you just being single out here for no reason.
Yes,
A man find a good woman, a woman.
Someone said that to me, y'all. I'm gonna let it play a second, and I'm gonna let y'all hear Anton's commentary on it as well. Because of course, Anton is always here for the bullshit, so y'all can just make your own decision. But yeah, I'm gonna let it play for a second too. Okay, so y'all can hear his commentary.
It's absolutely about age. I hate to say it, but she's 100% right. It's absolutely about age, especially for women. Now, we need to differentiate between women and men, right? Now, women that are still in their 30s and 40s, still talking about they dating. No, you're not dating. You just messing around. You're not dating. You're just messing around. Men that are still single a lot of times that are in their 30s and their 40s, I think it's a little bit different because in some instances, you got guys that was dedicated to a career, that was dedicated to growth, that was very intentional. And I'm starting to see a lot more guys, especially that's tapping in with me, that I'm having coaching calls with. They are very intentional. And so as a result, they dedicated the majority of their early 20s, their mid 20s into their 30s to themselves, which then allowed for them to really, really become, the greatest version of themselves and leveling up. And now they're in a space where they kind of like on autopilot, cruise control. They focus on their careers and everything like that. So I think it's a difference between men and women. But when you're talking about being in your 40s and you're still single, but you were intentional about you wanting to be in a relationship, there are a number of red flags that come along with that. And we need to start digging into your past a little bit.
That's good man, you just single and you're not.
Women don't want men. Some women don't want marriage.
Most women that I know that are in the late 20s, early 30s.
And are they successful and happy
They
in a
are
relationship?
successful in certain areas, but the relationship thing, I know why they're not successful.
Okay.
Because
they're your friends.
No, I don't know. I don't know men that I know. Okay, when you say a 40-year-old man that's not married, that never been married, never been in a serious relationship, you don't think there's something wrong
Why
with
can't
that?
he just choose to want to be single?
But he can't.
Like I said, I think it's a difference. One of the problems with this woman and her argument, and one of the problems with people in general, is that they try to compare apples to oranges. Men are completely different from women. And so the reason why a man is single and not in a relationship is completely different from why a woman is single and is not in a relationship, especially in their 40s.
I'm talking, y'all. And what is that reason, y'all? I've understood that some of their reason is that they are, I think I have the video too. They have Peter Pan syndrome. They never want to grow up. They're in arrested development. And then they think that they have a second wind. They don't, especially if they've never been married and never been with, a serious relationship. That literally you chose a bachelor's life. You chose to be that way. But that's not always the same reason why a woman is single in her 40s. But sometimes that's the reason why the man is single in their 40s. They want to be. They don't want to be married. Like I said, y'all, I told y'all earlier, I have a client who's a beautiful home. Beautiful. She has a business. how are you 60 years old and have a boyfriend? And what are you waiting on to marry her? Why doesn't he want to marry her? What are you going to do? Wait till when? You guys grow up? Get more established? You guys have gray hair and hearing aids. How much longer do you need to wait to get married? Right? I don't understand, but let's go back to the video.
The benefits, the health benefits, like loners. There's literally
health benefits.
No, not health benefits. There's some loners, but then also there are, let's say a woman is not fertile. And let's say like she's dating a man or whatever.
And he wants kids.
She gonna be single.
That she gonna be single.
I get, but I'm not saying it's all people, but
Wow. So I like that they threw that in there, right? Because they always forget about that woman who has health issues or something else that where she can't have children or she has difficulty having children and she's with someone who wants to have kids. She's gonna be a single by default every time she dates someone who wants to have children until she gets older and then she starts running into men who don't want any more children.
most people are like,
They're using the exception to speak to the rule. You can't do that.
Yes, we can. Shut up, Anton.
There comes to a certain place where you want to date with someone and you want to have that marriage with someone.
Let's redirect the conversation. Wait, I'm speaking. Let's redirect the conversation to talk about, are you too toxic to be in a relationship? Because we're going off on hella tangents right now.
I got the 8 reasons why.
Okay. So here's some of the reasons that some people fail at their relationships, and with respect to toxicity. So we have lack of accountability. You want your partner to make you a better person. You have low emotional intelligence. I mentioned this earlier.
The safe space, Oliver.
There has to be a safe space to be emotionally.
Back to the
relationships.
Wow. And that's at any age, you guys. That's just not at a younger stage in life. That's at any stage of life. So somebody said that earlier about the toxicity and the being stressful. That's something that I guess older relationships don't bring, I don't know if I need to watch the rest of this, but we can. A few more minutes of it.
Just aren't this complicated. And as a person that's been successfully married,
I'm sorry, Anton. I can't say you were successfully married. I just can say you're been legally married. Because I don't know if that I can count what I've witnessed to be a success. Okay.
Since I was 22 years old, so over 19 and a half years, going on 20 years, 2 decades, relationships are not this complicated. It should not be this much work. One of the reasons why people aren't successful in their relationships is because they got too many people in their ear. It's too many people around you that don't add value into you.
Yeah, but then we're supposed to consult with wise counsel. We're supposed to talk and ask people that have been married and talk to you guys who have been in relationships. And so that is, i.e., putting people in our ear. I don't know if I need to watch the rest of this, but let's go.
Social media and your friends and family have influences on what you're supposed to be doing in your relationship, and you're taking advice from the wrong people, especially modern women. Relationships are supposed to be blissful. It's an opportunity for you to level up, not based off of love, but just based off of everything else, which then feeds into whether or not you love that person, because love is an action word. It's not an emotional. It's not a feeling. It's not an emotion. It's not a feeling. So when you see people talking about emotional intelligence and things like that, it shows me that they know nothing about relationship, but they're still talking about a relationship. It's only...
Yeah, I don't know how much longer I can listen to you, Anton, but I definitely want to get that first part of the conversation in there, because for them to say someone's older than you, like if they're of that age, something's wrong with them if they're not married or not in a relationship, and especially if they haven't had any serious relationship, that might speak more than them just not finding a partner for the rest of their life. Y'all remember this lady right here? I'm hearing a lot of conversation about what do you call it? Defecting and going out and dating other men, dating men of other ethnicities. But y'all remember her? Remember what she said?
It's easy to look good when you're in your 20s, your 30s, maybe even in your 40s. But the real flex is pulling that off when you're in your 50s. But the dopest flex is when the 30s and the 40s are being compared to the 50 and 60-year-olds. Amen? But the dopest dopest flex is when you can still pull in the granddaddy, the daddy, and the grandson. So,
That's diabolical. And she looks beautiful for her age, don't she, Smitty?
Who's really winning?
Stop it. Get some help.
Wow. Not stop and get some help. I guess Smitty wasn't watching y'all. Smitty not there? Okay. I don't know who's here. I don't know who's here. All right, let me go over here to this one, y'all. Y'all know I got another video. So dating, how am I supposed to go out here and
I'm
find
right
a
here.
date?
I was listening, just so you know. My bad. No, I ran
I was asking you
upstairs and
about
my
the
phone.
lady.
No, yeah. I got my Bluetooth in, and so I ran upstairs, and my phone was on mute. So when I heard you, I had to come run back downstairs just to be like, I'm right here. No, I'm right here. To be honest with you, I mean, what she's saying, I think that's
She said she
anecdotal.
can date the father, the daddy, the son, and the grandson because she looks better than some of the other 30-year-olds right now.
I was talking about that a little bit ago on the phone, and I was speaking about how, I mean, me being 43, I can't go about past, I say maybe 35 at the lowest, because to me it's all about, like, we talk about compatibility. Compatibility for me is not whether or not I can fit inside of your vajayjay. It's not compatibility, as in can we have sex. Compatibility to me is like, certain jokes that I may take, say, or you or whatever, like, do I get it? Do you get it? Things we're interested in. Like, that's a real big deal to somebody like myself. Like, how much can I get along with you around the house? And I was literally just talking about this moments ago on the phone, and I was saying how, like, you trying to play Cardi B and I'm trying to play Quiet Storm. Like, I'm trying to play some like smooth, chill. You on some like want to still turn up on the way to the house. It's 1:30 in the morning. Like, can you settle down? I don't have time for that. I don't have that kind of energy, spirit. I don't have the time for you not recognizing why I'm able to see certain dynamics of life the way I'm able to see it, and you're not, because you're just not at that point yet. You haven't seen or experienced enough, or we may be on two total different paths or walks of life and all of that in combination with it, and it just clashes with everything. So considering that I'm a man that I'm at the point where it's like, nah, it's not about just sex. Sex is still important. It's still very important. But what's more important now is, how well do I get along with you around the house? Like, period. And if you too young, I'm gonna clash with you, and you gonna clash with me. It's gonna be little things. I'm gonna be like, yo, what are you doing? And you just not gonna get why I'm like, yo, that's stupidish. You know what I mean? And you not gonna get why I'm doing whatever I'm doing, and you gonna say the exact same thing to us. We gonna clash. So we may look. So my point is to land it. Yeah, we may look cute at the traffic light. Yeah, we may look nice and good. Look, I can flex with you in public, but behind closed doors, 9 times out of 10, that shit is possibly miserable, very miserable, because I have no peace, because I'm always trying to correct you, run and chase behind you and fix some shit, and wondering why Why don't you get this? Like nobody taught you this. Like how you don't know this? You don't understand this. You don't. I'm saying old school statements and quotes and stuff. You've never heard it before. You think I'm just making some shit up off the top of my head, and we just going back and forth, and it just don't work. So all of that, like fertility to land it. I don't understand why older dudes are still talking about some like how you 45 still talking about some like because I can still have a baby. That means you have not grown up yet. I'm gonna say that. That means you have not grown up yet because most men who are at that mature stage and level, we don't want any more at a certain point because we're too stuck in our routine and our ways. We know that baby's going to disrupt everything we're used to. Listen, our little morning just going out fishing, whatever it is, like if you retired or whatever it may be that you do, all that shit's coming to an end. Most men are extremely hardcore on our routine, what we do from a day-to-day basis. It's been the dumbest thing to me to hear guys keep talking about, because I can have a baby at 50. But I'm saying to myself, do you really want to? Do you really want to?
Well,
because
no.
You sound wild. Like that shit crazy.
Men is deadbeats at 50 and they deadbeats at 25. But since you hold on.
No, you got it. I'm done. I digress. My mic is muted. All
right. So since you go ahead and brought it up, since these men always run around here screaming how they could just have babies at any age, what happens if you get your girlfriend pregnant at 64 and grandma's pregnant at 64, y'all?
About being a mom again.
What am I gonna do?
She's 64, pregnant.
I'm too old for that.
Man, who got grandma pregnant?
So are you gonna give birth natural, or are you gonna like do a scheduled C-section? What is your plans?
Yeah, whatever.
So what's gonna happen to little Peanut?
I'm gonna get abortion.
You kept all of us.
I'm too old for that.
No, you're not.
I believe I'm gonna give him up for an adoption.
Why would you do that?
Because I'm too old to be raising up another baby. I don't think I'm gonna be able to go through that.
There's no way I'm letting a stranger take my sibling away from me.
Well, who's gonna take care of it?
I'll take care of the baby.
I'm just trying to do the best I can with this. I'll just take one day at a time. Just because you have a baby by a man or whatever, that don't mean y'all have to be together. And some of these men out here, they try to take an advantage of you. And for all the single women and stuff, don't let no man slow you down.
M.O. Reggie answered the phone.
Your call has been forwarded to
He did that woman wrong.
I didn't get pregnant by myself. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to get in touch with you to let you know what's going on, but you ain't been answering your phone.
My mom did not deserve the way you have been treating her. So we're going to have you stand on business today. And when we find you, we need you to step up to the plate.
Reggie was a real man, as he said he was. He should be stepping up to the plate, and take care of your responsibility. But since he's not, then I am going to do it. And I'm not worrying about Reggie no more. This is for men out there. You have a child out there. You're not taking care of your child, and you know that's your child. Y'all is so wrong for that. So you need to step up to the plate and be a man and a father. I didn't get this baby by myself. I'm 64 years old. He is not going to be getting away with this. He may think so. So when I have this baby, him and I and the baby going to do DNA test done. And then when it comes out and say you are the father, he is immediately going to be put on child support.
Reggie probably going to dip, bro. Reggie, you done got grandma pregnant. Shame on you nasty buzzer. But I'm going to be honest with you. Grandma, 64 and pregnant. Grandma, you out here doing your thing. That's kind of terrible. Listen, it's natural, man. Sex is natural between the man and the woman. So hey, it is what it is. But 64 and pregnant, that's bro. I just pass out, bro. If that happened to me, pass out, bro. That have to happen to me right now because all my kids grown. That means I got to start over. I just pass out, bro. But it is what it is. Let's move to the next one.
He said he just gonna pass out. He already know he's gonna pass out.
No. But right there though, Jim, real quick. literally that one key part he said, all my kids are grown. That means I have to start. The pass out is because it's like, I thought I was finished. What? Hold on. Do over. What? From the drawing board? Again?
You said we can have
Hold on.
babies anytime.
Wait a minute. And then that's when we get to looking at two things: our watch and our calendar. And we like, hold on, wait a minute. I'm 47 years old. Hold on, wait a minute. 9 months from now, my birthday is in 4 months from now. That means I'm gonna be 48. And even then, I still gotta wait another 6 or so months for a brand new life to come into the world. I'm used to sleeping in. I'm used to going to bed when I want. I'm used to leaving when I want. Like, I'm used to my life being my life because mine is 18. I'm speaking for myself now. I'm being anecdotal. Mine is 18. I'm done. Not done, but the whole babysitting part of it. You know what I mean? I'm always a father, but I'm done on that part. So you telling me I gotta start all over again? I gotta map out my schedule and everything else. And these are the same people talk about
She was
even.
buying wipes and baby oil and baby shampoo.
Bro, can you imagine being 48 years old applying for WIC?
Can you imagine at 50, at 51?
That is
Every
wild, bro.
every time I say something, then what do these ninjas say in this space? Oh, just I'm gonna mess around and get you pregnant. At 51 years old, I'm gonna be pregnant, and you're gonna be how old? Yep.
Come on, man.
Sit your stance though.
But you know something though? That's also extremely narcissistic and egotistical. And no, I'm not just throwing the word narcissistic around. That really is for self. Because you got to think about it. That man has, and I'm only speaking to men because I speak to men. Jen, you can talk to the ladies because you're the woman up here. Speaking to the fellas, that is very narcissistic and selfish. Oh, I can have a baby at like 60. Did you ever think to yourself, how long am I, say you can, you skeet, all skeet is still great. How long are you going to be around? You're willing to bring a life into this world just to say, I can still do it? Type headspace. You see what I'm not saying literally, but that type of mentality, like, well, I can still do it. Do you think to yourself, do you map out, hold on. All right, I'm 50. By the time that kid graduates, let's say 18. So what's that? 18, I'll be 68. All right. You just getting out of high school. I'm 68 years old. Okay, so let's keep going. Now you are about to get married or whatever. Let's say between the ages like 25 to 30. I'm like 80. By the time you have grandchildren, I might be in Alzheimer's. I might be in dementia stage, or I might not be here. My point is that, like, the one thing now I know now to land it, Jen, I'm not giving young girls an excuse, and I'm not saying this is the reason why it's okay. But one thing I damn sure know about women, I've always heard when it comes to children, they want them younger because they always talk about being youthful, being able to play with them. I don't want to have a baby all old and I can't do nothing with. I always hear women say that. I honestly only hear, for the most part, men say, I could be 60 and still skeet one out. I honestly don't really hear women say that. Usually women, like, it's not that I'm trying to be fast with it, but my clock is ticking while I'm youthful, while I'm still vibrant, while I can still roll around, play with them, and be there for graduations, grandkids, and all of that. I need to do this within a certain amount of time. But, I digress. My mic is muted. But that's just something that hit my mind just now. Rock out.
I saw older couples today walking their baby in the neighborhood I was in, cleaning up and cleaning the house. Saw a nice older couple. It was definitely an older man. He was definitely older than her. He said women risk their lives. Ola said women risk their lives to have babies. You better appreciate that shit. We do, absolutely. So, so in that regards, this is why I kind of
We
was
do
getting to the
too.
point
We do
of
too. There have been many men who have
what?
passed away. Yeah, passed away mid orgasm. That's right. That's right. Mid skeet. Mid skeet. It's dangerous for us too. If the coup d'etat is that great, we just might lose our lives. That's right.
All right. So
That's
as I
right.
was saying, as I was saying, as I was saying, before I was interrupted. All right. So, which brought me to the final part of my dating, relationships, and being married conversation, right? At this age. Why can a woman at 40 years old afford to make their potential person wait? Or is that really more of a young woman's kind of game? Because if you're at 50, like I said earlier, what am I waiting for? Because we went over earlier in the show, I showed the video of the benefits of dating an older woman, and part of it is because we know what we want. So how am I, if I know what I want, why would I wait on anything? And then if we're in this whole culture, am I a hoe if I don't make the man wait for anything? Because we also have up against us is that men are not trying to marry 50-year-old women. So I'm not waiting to have sex with you because I'm waiting for marriage, because you're already not going to marry me, right? Because like we said, what was the video I had? Did I show the video what the guy said on why they date older women? It's not necessarily, hold on. I probably should show the video so y'all can help it make sense. Hold on, let me get to let me see. Is it this one? Where's the little black guy? So yeah, you're not, oh, here we go.
Jan, I just looked it up. Nancy just gave me the
All right,
answer.
so here you go.
So,
All right, so here, let me show this video, please, and then I'll finish saying what I was saying. So, okay.
Of what's hot is the same as when he was 20.
I know a lot of women won't like this video. You could check the full video to see the full context. But basically, the video is saying two things. Number one, a man who's 51 and a man who's 21 are attracted to the same women. As men get older, they're still attracted to beautiful, younger women, youthful women. That's biology. If you got a problem with that, you can't do anything about it. You got to talk to God. That is biology. Secondly, younger men are more apt to date older women. I know this to be true in my life. When I was a younger man, I didn't have access to the beautiful young women, so I had to take the better looking older women. It wasn't until I got resources and established myself as a man in a position in life till I could have the younger, more beautiful women. This is life. This is biology. Sorry.
So with that being said, to what I was just saying, they're not looking at the older woman to marry them. They're looking at the older woman because they don't have access to the younger women that they can get from having the resources that they acquire. So just like you said, they'll just take the nicer looking older woman until they can get the younger woman. So even in that regard, I'm waiting to have any relationship with you. Because earlier I asked the question, if you weren't here, Smitty, was that what is too fast and what is too soon if you're already 50 years old and already 40 in your 40s and you meet someone? Is it too soon to move in within a month? Because you at 40, you at your mid 40s, you know exactly what you want. She's in her mid 40s, she knows exactly what she wants. What is too fast? If you were 22 and you weren't sure about yourself, then maybe that makes sense. But I'm 51 years old, so at 51, what's going to be too soon or too fast? Is there such a thing when you're past 40? The other question was also, how have your standards changed after 40 years old in regards to what you will accept? And that's what makes the peaceful relationship happen. It's like, oh, the older women are so peaceful. That's because the standards, some things have changed. She's not tolerating, or she's either relaxing on some standards, or she's, tightening up some standards. So given that, all that I just said, including his video, the younger men that are dating the older women are not dating them to marry them, because they're just getting themselves ready to marry, to get in position to be with the younger woman that they want to marry, because that's what they see marriage is, a younger person to live longer with, not an older woman. But earlier I played the video that talked about older women getting married with the older men because the older men don't want to die alone. But who wants to be your, out in case who wants to be that? I'm with you. Not that's gonna forever gonna put a bad taste in my mouth to say that, because you're older, Genesis. I'm not really with you because I really like you. I'm with you because I don't want to die alone. Okay, well, that's a roommate. Just let's pay the bills and live in a nice environment, and we just be roommates, and you just live your life and I just live my life, and let's keep the expenses low, and let's stack our money. That's not a relationship. Because you're not here because you are interested in the person, but
Jen,
unfortunately, older men are doing that. So, yeah.
okay. So Jen,
What
I'm only
happened?
laughing. Nah, I'm only laughing.
Hello?
We talked about it. Yeah, can you hear me? You can hear me, right?
Yeah, you just went out for a second. Are you hot?
Oh, okay. Nah. I'm just laughing because, we talked about it. All right. So, Jen, what is the first question alone again? And then let's move to the second question. Just the first question so I can answer that.
Well, answering it will be objective, right? Because you're not for that position. You're not dating. So if you were
No, but
dating,
just I know, but I can still do I can still go back to before, all of that. Like, yes, I am talking and saying, yes, I am seeing someone. But I'm just saying,
so
as far
then
as like,
it at your age, well, see, y'all could have been together before you turned 40. So I don't know.
what was the first question? You said it was two questions. What was the
No,
first question? I
there was
was
a
ready
few.
to answer.
When you're over 40 years old, dating over 40, do you want a relationship, or you do want something like a
There we go.
companion,
There we go.
or you want to play thing? That was the first question.
Okay.
Are you in it more
Okay.
for long term, or you just in it because you don't want to be alone?
Okay, so answering for myself first, I am in it for something definitely long term and long lasting. Giving you the elaborated brief on that, I believe that that is contingent upon that particular man's maturity level. Any man that's at my age, anywhere around it, 4 years younger, 4 years older, whatever. Any man around my age that still is on some like I'm just with a woman for fun, honestly, is not grown up. I'm gonna be real with you. That's like you haven't like that's when I say so you ain't got that out your system yet. 9 times out of 10, that's also the dudes that probably is just coming into some new money. They're probably finally at that point in their life where their career done boosted and they're settled is financially because they've talked about this in these spaces as far as men usually hit their prime financially and all of that around 40. They say that. So if you're a man who had to wait until you hit your financial and career prime to get it and you never had it before, then you're just now stepping into the realm. So it's fresh to you. So you have the same mentality that I had when I was broke as a college student and was still having that same fun. I got that out my system. All of that, like, oh, she bad, she did I got that out my system. At this point, because I was able to actually, thank God, have these experiences, yes, I'm saying it, of having awesome sex with gorgeous women in beautiful places multiple times in my life. I have been afforded the luxury of having the mentality now today to say, I want more than just sex and someone to look good next to me when we pull up at the traffic light. I want somebody that's actually compatible, that actually gets like, hey, I'm not feeling good today. I want somebody that gets, hey, do you recognize when I'm kind of going through shit in my head or whatever? But you know, I ain't violent, I ain't mad, I ain't angry or like that. I'm just kind of going through it. I'm a little depressed. Will you look at me like I'm weak, or will you be like, baby, what's wrong? How can I make it be better? You see, I'm looking for that type of, you know, as you get older, you recognize you're going to come across certain health issues. Bruh, I'm telling you, going through certain health issues alone is way different when you got somebody who's right there by your hospital bed or right there while you like, all right, you know, I got my appointment tomorrow. We're going to go see these test results. And she like, she right there. She done took off work, whatever's necessary. It's a whole different field. That ain't got shit to do with sex. It's a whole different mentality. You see where I'm at? So, I mean, it's like, that's just where I'm at when you ask that question to land it, right? To land it, give the floor back to the lovely hostess. The men who think that way have not grown up yet. And my personal opinion is they finally got new money, and now they're finally living out what they never were able to do back when they were in their prime to do it. And they're trying their damnedest. It's like the old guy who never could afford the Corvette and got it at 80. Same thing, same mentality. You bought a Corvette just to drive it 30 miles per hour on the Beltway. Great job, Grandpa. I digress. My mic is muted. Respect to the family.
All right. So then, the next part of the questions was when is too soon, and what's too fast? If you're 40 and 50, if you're mid 40s,
that is.
if you're
Yeah,
mid
that is
40s
what
and
you
you're
meant.
dating a lot of I got another video about, you know, people are just saying, hey, you know what you want. It's kind of like when you go into the store and you know you want to buy a fresh pair of, you know, all white Air Force Ones. You're not really looking at anything else, and you're going in there and you're gonna spend less time shopping, and you're gonna be more, you know, it's gonna be probably more pleasurable to you because you're gonna be able to go in every store and get what you want. So I guess the more you know what you want, it should make it more concrete to say, hey, so what if you're 45 or 50 years old and you meet somebody and in 4 months you guys move in together? How much time you really got to waste to see?
All right. So again, this is something I've actually, all of these things I've actually, you know, I've actually been speaking about. I'm talking about my real life behind, you know, privately. I make it very clear. Hey, I'm 43. You're such and such. I'm not rushing anything, but at this point, we don't have near one day to waste. We don't. Neither one of us, I don't believe, have another dollar, another date, another minute, another moment to waste. We need to really like have that discernment and go and be gun ho about what it is that we want to aim for. And I'm only going to be gun ho about that if I know somehow, some way that you are on the same page with me. How would you know that, Smitty? She could just say anything. Well, the one thing I learned about women, fellas, is I don't listen to what they say. I do, but I actually look at what you do. And just like how I move as a man, how I know it to be real is when you move how I do, in the sense of I am consistent in my movements. So if I notice over time, you know what? Consistently, she right there. She show up. Then at some point, I just gotta go ahead and drop my guard and just give it credence. I gotta go ahead and be like, you know what? Nah, she got my back. This is she the one. She consistently, multiple times when I thought, you know what? Matter of fact, multiple times when I know others have left for less, for less. And I don't mean some big hard stuff, people, like cheating and hitting and jail and police and court. No, I just mean like just learning each other. People left for less. Like, I don't like the way he sleep. Literally for less. And when you come across somebody where it's like, damn, like you really like, you hear my story, you right here. All right, okay. You know what? So far so good. Let's do this. Let's see what's up. And that's when everything starts to switch and mode. And that's when that man genuinely at that point says, yeah, let's go ahead and make something official. Now to land it, when you talking about what is too soon, what is too soon? Too soon is contingent upon whatever it is that you deem to be outside of what it is that you want when you want it. Like, as far as if all I want to do is just kind of like learn, like get to know somebody, all I want to do is just date and have fun. All I want to do is just kind of like we just vibing. You know how they say we just vibing. Then honestly, 9 times out of 10, I'm probably not going to have no real trajectory on a date and the time and the set on how long I feel it is. I want to go ahead and make something settle. Thus, you know what happens? That's when we get to the point where now we're just shacking up and we're just dating and we're just, that whole dynamic. When you're intentional, when you actually know, like, this is what I want, this is when I want it. When you actually are comfortable enough to tell that woman what you want, how, like, and everything else, it's totally different. It's a total different mode, Jen. When that man actually says, you know what, like for example, building a house. Any carpenter that knows how to build a house know how long it's about to take to build that house, depending on where they are, what materials they're using, what tools they have at their disposal, everything. I'm landing it. So because that carpenter knows how long it's going to take to build that house, he knows all the details that it's going to take that's going to be involved in the process of building that house. Same thing with the relationship with the man pursuing a woman. All of the little nuance and detail intricacies of getting to know that woman, we know that's going to be a process just like building that house. So once you know about how long on average it takes to build a house, that's when a man like myself gets to the point where I say, hey, once I meet a woman and me and that woman are solidified and we like, okay, I'm with you, you with me, back. From that moment, the clock is ticking. I give it at max 2 years. And the reason why I give it 2 years is because the whole first year, I don't care what nobody say. I don't care how much you're around them. The whole first year and even maybe some change, you're still just learning that person. I would say now after that, nice beyond that, give it a whole nother year after that. Yeah, I mean, considering things are still floating good and everything selling accordingly, I'm getting on my knee. Might be about 18 months, 16, 18 months. Who knows? But I said max. The max would be 2 years. But after a year, like once we really know each other at my age, that is, at 43 going on 44, nah, once I'm dating you, I give it about a year. I'm getting on my knee. Yeah, that's right, people. I said it, my knee. But I digress. My mic is muted.
Oh, what are they saying in the chat? Okay. Oh, DJ Music, Mr. Music, thank you for showing up. Hey, I'm in the clouds, just finishing up my show for the evening. Thank you for stopping by. What do you say? At the end of the day, use discernment, common sense, and list. Okay. Keep it simple. Yes. Okay. He said, "Hey, what's up to everybody?"
Hold on, wait. Pull that last one back up.
This one. At the end of the day.
Yeah. Read that again. I can't see it. It's too small on mine.
At the end of the day, use discernment, common sense, and lessen folks' burdens.
You know something? Common sense and discernment has nothing to do with what the other party chooses to out of nowhere decide to do one day. The fact is that you can do everything right. You can have all the discernment in the world and everything, and you can still get effed over. I'm not saying that to scare people off. I don't, because I don't like to do like the whole fear mongering. But I do get where you are with that. I'm just saying, like, we got to remember, like, life don't work like that. You literally, there are so many people who have the story. I did everything exactly how they said I should. I did it by the book, and it didn't work for whatever reason. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out, Jim.
I know somebody who's going through that right now, and I'm like, well, you know, and they're like, I did everything, but when you talk about what the everything is, a lot of times it's everything that they think they're supposed to do, not, and they never feel like, they feel like checking in with you is like a labor, right? So I'd ask you what you want, you know, or I you know, there's a difference in you being with me and you discovering things about me versus me telling you like an interview, you know, versus me giving you the rundown of me. So it just seems like when I hear that part of the conversation, they would say, I did everything, you know, and they go, well, if you ask the other person, to them, you didn't do everything. You couldn't have, because y'all, you know, they're going through that right now. They don't even understand. Well, I don't understand. I think I did everything right. Well, you might have done everything according to what you think everything is, you know, and sometimes y'all don't check in to see if the person, everything is okay with the person that you're doing it for. One day my pastor told me, he said, hold on, he said we was working on the church, and people would come up to him and ask him, be like, Pastor, you know, they want to get in good, so they want the pastor, you know, to remember them. So they would be like, is there anything I could do for you? So and just sometimes, you know how sometimes you'll be standing there talking, waiting to talk to the pastor, and while you're waiting, other people talking to him, and in that conversation that he's having on the side with someone else, that person is gathering information, right? So he said it would be so many times that someone would like hear him say that he needed something, but he doesn't need that right now, and they would go get it because he's in conversation saying, you know, man, I got to get on out of here by 4 o'clock so I can pick up my dry cleaning. He said he look up and somebody done picked up the dry cleaning, and he would be like, thank you, but that's not, you know, that's not what I need right now. And he said, well, the person asked me, did I need help? And I told him, yeah, before I could tell them what help I needed, they heard me say I needed something else and went and did it. And that's cute because I mean, that's when your partner buys you something cute, buys you another pair of shoes, or, you know, that's when your partner does something sweet for you, but it's not what you wanted. It's just because they know that that's something sweet. It's not what you actually would require to ease your little burden, you know, ease your emotions. And he would tell us that story all the time and tell us, like, in regards to like just people just, you know, they could sit back and hear you say, you know, it would be nice to get, you know, one day to have some gas in my car and not have to put gas in my car when I wake up. So they go do that, but not realizing I need an oil change. That's more important. I can get gas in my car, but I need an oil change. You know what I mean? But if they had actually, they would have found out that I needed an oil change versus gas in my car. You know what I mean?
Jen, we need to make some progress. Now,
what happened?
I hear what you're saying. We need to make progress. I hear what you're saying. It's us as people, all right? So just take that for yourself. Now, Jen, I hear what you're saying. You need to start somewhere. And I think where we need to start is this whole background you got going on. Wall hitter, double exclamation points.
Okay.
Genesis, I am. I'm just saying, why do you keep calling yourself the wall hitter, but yet you keep having men hit on you? Did you hear that? You so-called keep calling yourself the wall hitter. Get out of it. I ain't even gonna name no names in this space. I ain't even gonna name no names, but like from this space, and that's that. Listen, we ain't even gonna. All I'm gonna say is, Jen, you still got it. So I don't get it. Why do you keep saying that you're the wall hitter, but yet when you go on panels, continuously men are hitting on the wall? So why are these niggas hitting on the wall? Like, tell me that. All right, then. That bullshit. Anyway, I digress. My mic is muted. I just had to go ahead and say that for my buddy.
They can hit on the wall.
They keep hitting on the wall.
Can a woman over 40 or over 50 hold out for sex? Like, make the man wait? Like, does a 90-day rule apply? So, in real life, why making men wait for sex backfires with high-value men? Again, y'all know I come with the fun facts, but it's really actually a logic behind it why it doesn't really work. Especially, it doesn't work with high-value men. It doesn't work with low-value men. It doesn't work with medium-value men. It doesn't work with a man who can exercise any option. In real life, there's actually a guide behind this. Actually, a guide called it's the psychology behind waiting for sex. It's an actual guide, you guys. So in case you wanted to get some tips and you needed to know how to wait for sex, even at any age.
Are you serious right now?
No, I'm actually bringing my fun facts and my real knowledge. So there is a guide for this. It's called the psychology behind. This guide breaks down. Okay, let me go back.
Gosh.
Making him wait for sex is one of the most common misleading pieces of dating advice women can ever get. The reality is that while this tactic may keep the low-quality men chasing, often it backfires with high-quality men or anybody that has any self-respect. So this guide called The Psychology of Behind Waiting for Sex, when it works, when it does work, when it fails, how with the top men, and what the power dynamics reveal about dating in modern times. It's called The Guide of Waiting for Sex. And it has a whole book about it.
Crazy. That's crazy. I'm
Yes,
saying my brain. No. I'm just saying my brain, how it functions. I'm not calling that. I'm just saying my brain, how it functions. That is wild. The reason why is because any man, like women even know, dudes know, any dude that's really interested in you, if we don't like ballet and operas, we're going. You know why? Because we want you, not just to hit, we want you. Like, we will do all kinds of, look, when I got with the mother of my child, I really wanted her. At that time in my life, I really wanted her. I waited 3 months. Before I finally did anything with her. And we actually laid in the same, like, she would come spend the night at my house. But we didn't have sex. Like, we would fool around and stuff, touch each other and things, but we didn't, and I didn't insert. There was no insertion. Until finally 3 months later. Do you know why I waited? Because I was intentional about being with her. It didn't matter. So to think there's a guide to try to teach men on how to wait for sex, the only guide is, what is your intentions? How much do you want to be with that woman? If you really want to be with her, dudes know. Dudes have done it. Why do you think it's dudes that we like the women call like that friend zone guy that we know? He's the dude that's been around for 4 years, listening to all your stories, and he's just waiting for that day for you to be like, You know what? I'm gonna just come by and suck you off. Okay. Listen, I'm coming by like really, like we know this shit. You got dudes that will wait years to get their chance. And all of a sudden there's a guide on how to teach men how to wait for sex. That's why that sounds crazy to me. But I digress. My mic is muted. Rock on.
Alrighty. So the advice gives women tips as well on letting how to have him wait for you as well. The interesting thing is that the dynamic was just across the board. It wasn't women under 25, over 25 like that. It was just in period, because it's based on the idea that men always want sex. So this is a battle cry for all the dating bestsellers of women's books and women's magazines that have written and put in their 2 cents on, and then they have this collaboration of information. So as long as we're on the same page with the information, the most popular ones have been Reddit, that has offered a list of dating female dating strategies. There's another one called Ignore the Guy, Get the Guy, right? Of course, Steve Harvey's Act Like a Lady, Think Like a Man. There's another book called Fuck Him. Yep, even the one that tells you to wait. So these authors and these scientists and these books, these authors have said that one of the authors who've written one of those books, and one of those the documentary, and has written a book, has suggested that a 60-day minimum waiting period would be sufficient. Another doctor says 30 days, or at least to have some sort of period of no sex before solidifying the relationship, so that even if you guys had sex, if he wants to get married, even at this ripe old age of 50, stop having sex and then just wait until you get married. Steve Harvey has a 90-day rule in his book. Some other authors have given go kind of indefinite. They say wait as long as you can, right? So now, as you get older, what is that supposed to mean? Is there a such thing, right? Is there such thing as even being an older gold digger? Is there such thing as being, as I said earlier, an older 304? Do I pass a certain benchmark at this age that says, hey, so what if I had a guy this month and I have a different guy next month? I'm 50 years old. I'm not 20, so I'm not a hoe, right? So the advantages from making a man wait is just basically based on largely on assumption and just people putting in their chiming in on their thoughts and how and what they think men want. Men want quick sex and women want relationships. That's kind of the synopsis, right? And in this generation, we realize that it's kind of more of a hookup and more of a sexual fluidity. But the older people that are in this generation right now ain't about all that sexual fluidity. And even if they are, they're not about to sit here and have a whole dialogue about it. So when you give quick sex notes, most guys will say that men want less and men want quantity and men want quantity and women want quality. What does it do for you? It just protects your feelings. It puts filters on serious men. Are you trying to be a player? Are you trying to be a fuckboy? Are you trying to just keep me around for something? So I guess that's when they have that conversation. So at any age, taking sex off the table can see if the person is really actually interested in you, and also helps keep some part of control of your situation. What does it do for the man? It lets the man supposedly know, based on his views of the Madonna whore complex, and if he has any of those characteristics, it lets you know where he puts you as far as the freaky deaky stuff, right? So if he has the whole Madonna whore complex, he may worship you and think you're the most beautiful thing next to sliced bread, but he's not going to slut you out. He's not going to do all the freaky stuff. That is instantly going to mean that he's going to be with someone else that he can do those things with. And if him waiting invests more time in his own self and psychology and his own mental state, making sense of things, he can think things through first before he humps on you, and then decide if he's, so there's no worry about what's going to happen when I have a post-nut clarity. I've already thought things through, so I'm clear. But again, like we looked at it earlier, you guys, make sure you guys We said there were some health advantages and disadvantages to having an active sex life after 40. The main thing is you got to make sure your heart health is well. You got to make sure your body, take time and stay highly lubricated. And Smitty came in on our list, but make sure you stay very lubricated and make sure you stay hydrated and make sure that you keep track of your heart health, because you could just have a stroke on top of your woman. They say that you can practice some of the same for some older relationships, some older couples. They say that you can practice some of the same little catty little things that you did when you were younger. Flirt with your man, let him flirt with you. Y'all play, like I said, role playing, going on dates and pretending you guys, going to the store and pretending you don't know each other and walk up on her and get her number. So, things like that to keep it spicy. But yeah, if even that whole idea of making him wait, for some reason men outnumber women, and when it comes to making the partner wait in older relationships. Not by default of them just doing it and consciously. It's just that the men seem to be working and having other things going on, and the women aren't very vocal. Again, I gave y'all my situation where the guy I was with, he didn't like that I would push up on him. So by default, sometimes you do have older women that are in their 40s and 50s and 60s that may have encountered that, and they're not very comfortable pushing up on their man. So now she's waiting, he's working, she not getting none, he tired. So it kind of, by default, the numbers the numbers are high on people making each other wait for sex and relationships. And then also there was a caveat that sometimes you don't live in the same city or live on the same side of town. You don't work at the same location. So there's some things that may keep y'all away from each other by default as well. So that's why I said how fast is too fast. If I hardly see you but every couple of months, or hardly see you but every month because of your life and my life is already lifing, then so what, we move in together in 6 months, I don't know. But again, remember I said earlier too, I don't have to live with you. We can go together and you can live where you at and I can live where I'm at.
Right there. That's another one too. And I'm glad
gotta go. We don't gotta have the same address.
No, hold on, Jen. Hold on, beloved. Hold on now. I've actually talked about that as well. And
I said that earlier.
So yeah, no, I know. Then how about this? If you did say what you think I'm about to say, then let me just reinforce it and go ahead and stamp what you just said. Then let me go ahead and get that golden seal. People, one thing that's extremely annoying in the dating field are the people that put down, I want this. I want to take long trips. I want to do walks in the park. Oh, I need somebody to be in my life. And then you finally get to talking to that person, and they have every reason in the world as to why they're so busy. And I'm talking about they're actually really busy. Not like they're not into you. Like, no, they're actually like really busy. Please, people, if you know you don't have the schedule to have a relationship, don't do it. Small story to land it. I was dealing with this chick in 2020. Shout out to her. All right. She worked 6 days a week. I actually we would go back and forth to each other cribs and everything, but I'll go over there to her place, stay for 3-4 days out the week. I might be there through Wednesday through Saturday. Finally come home Sunday, stay home till Tuesday, go back there again, start it all over. But I swear on life, I was in a relationship for about 1.5 years. And because of her work schedule, we only had sex, I think, 4 times in 1.5 years. That's it. I actually, and of course, yes, it did not work. I'm not with that woman no more. That was back in 2021. I remember when it was. That was 2021.
4 times. Come on, stop capping.
4. No, I'm not. I'm dead ass. Because listen, I'm gonna tell you exactly how it worked. She was one of those. she had to wake up real early. Like, so say it's winter time, and you know it's like dark longer. So she'll wake up like and be out the door at 7 a.m. It's still kind of dark. She don't come home. She don't get home off work. Like she'll get off work by the time she get home, traffic and everything. She coming home about 8 at night, and she don't want to be bothered. Like I would go ahead. I always made sure the either she had her bubble bath ready. I did. I do all that shit. Like I make sure she was good. Dinner was cooked. All that shit. If I was home that day, considering like that's not like because work schedules. Like I may have my days off. I didn't work like her. You know what I'm saying? So, when I was there, I'd be like, all right, bet, because that's when I would go there like 3 days out the week, because I work 4 days out the week, and I go there 3 days out the week and go home. Man, I would see this girl. I would see this woman maybe about, I don't know, like through a whole week. If you really added up the time that we spent, it might have been a half a day. And I'm talking about that's like out of 7 days in a week. There were times where even when she would get a day off, she would go work. Why? Because, she was behind on bills and stuff. She had a lot of stuff she had to pay for. So my point is, like, she was dope as shit. Like, we got along. We was cool. We ain't argue or nothing. But the relationship didn't work out because she just never had time. I always had more time to spend than her. And I know it was work because like she literally was like at work all the time. Like she would call me from work, all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I knew what it was. It wasn't no other stuff. No, she literally had to work all the time because she was trying to keep up with her bills and her lifestyle that she was trying to keep up with. She wanted a little more of a luxurious lifestyle. And living out here in the DMV is expensive. She's out there in Moco, Montgomery County. If anybody knows anything about this area, Montgomery County is it's very expensive to live out there. Very expensive. And then next to that, you got like, Potomac and Annapolis, blah, 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 Columbia, Howard, all that shit. But she out there in Moco. So she trying to keep up with this lifestyle. She says on the dating app that she wants to date. We sitting up here talking, we dating, but she don't never have no time to spend. One day I just said, you know what, I can't do this shit no more. I can't do it no more. You're not like I never see you. I never see you. Like, how the hell I come to your crib like 3 days a week and I never see you? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not cool. That's not cool. I can't do that. But yeah, that's my little story.
What are you growling at, puppy? You over here growling in the air. What are you talking to?
Hold on. What's the date? What's the date? What's today's date?
Today is June the 9th, y'all.
No.
It is 11:44. June the 9th.
I was gonna say maybe it was the moon, but it's not. It's only the 9th. No, it ain't the moon. High tide don't come until around the 20th. Yeah, that's high tide.
High tide?
Yeah, because the moon.
All right, what do you think about this? This is what the coach Ken says on the reasons why it's hard for women to date at their 40s.
Is that women over 40 face. But one of the challenges is they face is you can't unsee what you've seen. You can't unhear what you've heard. And what happens is, and what do I mean by that? That means that they bring this ideology because, number one, other men have done this to me. And so I look at new relationships through the lens of those relationships. That's number one, because the only way you can see something new is you've got to change the lens and be willing to identify, to look at something new. Now, I'm not saying don't bring your experiences, don't bring the things that have helped shape you. But what I am saying is a lot of women over 40 will not look at the situation for what it is or who this person is. They view the person through the lens of someone else.
But at 50, it's the
Oh yeah, here's this one.
No.
You didn't see this one earlier, so here.
Can I say something briefly to that one? Just briefly.
So Dr.
At least
Ken.
from at least from my experience, like no, I've actually noticed that, believe it or not, I don't care what they say online in real life. Not necessarily like I don't know. Do you want to use the word settle? But let's just say they're not as picky. No, they're not. Not as picky. That's like all of that. Looking at the lens of this, you be surprised when women get to a certain point what they are like. Nah, that's fine. And I'm only saying that
No,
from
that's
experience.
not what he's saying. He's saying he's looking. We're bringing the past into this present relationship to where you're not able to
Right,
even
exactly.
see
And that's
who
my
the
point.
person
Like
is.
most older women are to the point where they don't give a shit about I'm being real.
No, we're
Like
not.
at
That's not
that
true.
point.
That's not what's happening. No,
All
that's
right,
not
well,
like
that's not my experience.
right. But you're
I'm
not
just saying,
dating
okay, well,
most older
maybe it's
women,
personal.
right? So
Yeah,
it's
that's true. But I mean, I'm just saying, like, I have had experiences speaking with older women, and I
right. And
have,
the thing that you're talking about is not the I don't care anymore, because after you start to get to a certain age, you start to not care about a lot of things anymore. But one of the
that's
things
all
that
I was saying. There you go.
right.
That's
So
it.
one
That's
of the
all I was
things,
saying.
but what he's saying is that once you're one of the bad things that don't work to your benefit is that you can't unsee what you've already seen in life. I can't unsee a man hitting me in my face. I'm not gonna never be able to get that out of my mind, and it's just gonna be what he's saying is it's hard to go into the next relationship and not think that this man could do that to me,
All right,
and
so
then apply that to
there,
that man.
right
Because
there. Okay,
right,
so
but
on
that's the
that,
downside of older women is that they've experienced things, good and bad.
no, Jen. On that
What?
note, the only thing that no, I'm saying it. The only thing that messes my head up on that, no, because honestly, like, let me tell you something. When I met the mother of my child, I've heard stories. When I met multiple women throughout my days in my 20s, I've heard stories. So my point is to say women in their 40s, oh yeah, once they no, I think that's anybody who's been damaged enough in their life. If you've gone through something traumatic enough, it's gonna F your head up to land it. A soldier goes out to war and he sees his best friend get his face blown off in front of him. They just sitting there laughing and talking. Some sniper hits his best friend, and half of his face is now in his lap. The same thing happens to a 40-year-old. Do you think in that same scenario it's going to be different? No, both of them went through some traumatic and you know what? It damaged them. So now their outlook on life is going to be real different. Anybody who goes through something traumatic, no matter what age range, and matter of fact, the younger, I would say, the younger because the more impressionable. You know, the older we get, the more we just kind of realize, the more it sinks in, it is what it is. Life, like what life is what it is. When you're at a younger state and you're still developing, I'm talking about as far as like growing within yourself, not the frontal lobe, just the spiritual and mental maturity, just growing within yourself, still learning new things every day. I would say that's a lot more difficult to deal with at a younger age than it is at 40. Most of us at the older age, we're either like F everything, or we still have the capacity to say, I still got it in me to still love. Like on some real shit. What he's talking about is like it's medium ground. Yeah, like most people our age, we either all the way said F this shit. No, I'm done. Like, man, bump that. I'm doing me, man. I bump all of that. I'm a bachelor, bachelorette. Or we've been through so much stuff, but it's something in us that still says, I still got a little bit of fight in me. I still got a little bit of juice in me left to love someone before it's too late. And that's it. That literally is a black and white moment. There is no gray area. Once you hit that age, there is no gray area. And if there is a gray area, those are the people who I would say is stuck in arrested development limbo. Period. There's no way you're our age, Jen, and you don't know which way you want to go. There's no way. There's no way you've been on planet Earth this long, gone through as many things as I know you have gone through, and you still like, I'm trying to figure it out. Dead. You know what you want, and you know what you don't want. You know exactly what you would deal with and what you won't deal with. There are no great areas.
That's why we said it's a benefit when you get older. You know, as you get older. That's
Facts.
but then the other side of it was
The mental
you
benefit,
missed my video
the
earlier.
wisdom benefit.
Well, that's fine, but that was also the wisdom and experience. But we missed the video earlier where it was that it's not so often looked at as a good thing because just like someone said, that's considered, oh, she's stuck in her ways. She's so rigid. No, it's just that now she knows what she wants. I.e., before when I was younger, this is why I give the mall example. When I was younger, you used to be able to call me up and be like, yo, Jen, let's go to the mall, and we could walk around for hours and not even know what we want to do or buy or eat or nothing. But now I know I want a certain shoe. I know what store has it. I know where the parks by that by that area where the store is closer. I know what I want to eat is on the way to that store. I could get how long it's gonna take me. You know, now I know more of what I want. So the shopping is different. I'm not meandering around the mall just seeing.
You went out. You went out, Jen. You still there? Mic check 1 2 1 2. Can y'all hear me? If anybody's out there in the chat, go ahead. Jen, where you at? Type of one if you can hear me. Somebody, please, just so I can go ahead and know where we at. The sound check. It's not for me. It's for Jen. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Shoot. All right, so I'm gonna go back to what I was talking about. I guess while Jen, if you can hear me, there we go. Yeah, she dropped off. She'll be right back. She just probably gonna reset. Yeah, but what I was saying basically in a nutshell, briefly, is that the way I look at all of this is you get to a point in your life. You know exactly what it is of what you want. Generally, most men, because we're so prone on being routine, that's just something I do believe that's natural within us to be very routine. And through that routine, there's no way to have a routine and not know what you want. You see what I'm saying? So to land it, as long as a man has a routine and knows what he wants, that's going to be the same man that's not going to be in a gray area when he gets to a certain, let's say, pinnacle point of his wisdom in life via a certain age. I digress. My mic is muted. We got our hostess back. Go ahead and rock out, Jen.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to show, thank you. I was just going to show this one clip of the couple that was saying just what's different about dating in their 40s, but they also had a unique situation. So this is also what's happening too.
Learning how to date at our age. Explain. Body parts are different. I don't know.
My body parts? What?
You know what it is. Things are just different. People don't even speak anymore. Like before we even met, Nobody talks anymore because of this stupid thing. Nobody talks, nobody associates.
Anyway, we're the best thing that happened to each other. Explain why. Because I love her. She's something I've been looking for my whole life.
So let me ask you this. How come you didn't find her when you were in your early 20s or early?
I was married for almost 32 years. And he was married for 27 years.
So you guys left each other? Like, what happened with the other marriages?
Separated from my husband and
I separated from my wife. And she's got 2 kids and I got 2 kids that are the same age. It's like the Brady Bunch, but not 3 and 3.
Let me ask you this. What has been the toughest thing about dating in your age?
The most toughest thing about dating is learning how to date. And she said the body parts was different. I'm not sure what she meant about that, but I thought that was hilarious. I don't know.
It's crazy.
But then the fact that they both broke up with their own person and then they got with each other. I mean, you see, they just said I left my husband. He said, what? She's the best thing that ever happened to me. You were just married for 27 years. Wasn't your wife the best thing that ever happened to you? That's crazy.
No, listen. This is something that does not consist of just black and white when we talk about that aspect of marriage. I've never been married before, but as somebody who has been in a 12-and-a-half-year relationship, living with, sharing closet space, a car, and a child with, I know what it's like to be in the circumstance of monogamy. Listen, Jen, you can be married. That has nothing to do with what you really want. You have to think about how many people, let's say, rabbit ears, quote unquote, shotgun marriage. How many people got married? Not literally shotgun. I'm saying rabbit ears, shotgun marriage. As far as how many people really got married because shotgun as in societal. Society says you look better if you're married. Society says this is the best profile. We even do it in this space. People who are married love to flex on people who are single. Love to do it. Oh man, they can't wait for that moment to say, well, where's your wife? Where's your husband? Why are you divorced? They love to say it. Why? Because that's a flex. Having a companion is a flex in this day and age. Society tells men, you really are complete when you have a wife. You got a wife, that is really what makes you. You got a wife, that's what really makes you complete. If you're a bachelor, then it gotta be something wrong with you. How do we know this? Jen, have you not heard people even in this space say something to the tune of, what? You're 30 something and you don't have no kids? What's wrong with you? Have you not heard
we just
people?
saw that on the video. The girl just said that on the video.
And I didn't even see that part. Didn't even see that part. But I heard it. Yeah.
Here watching.
Right. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, my bad. So I'm just saying. And then with the women, have you not heard men say, what? You're 30 something and you don't have a husband? What good are you? Or what are you still doing? Blah, blah, blah. So the fact is, society pushes you are only at your best if you can get the grand trophy. What is the grand trophy? A husband and a wife. But simultaneously,
that's not only society either, because that's
it is.
For some cultures it's biblical, for some cultures it's spiritual, some cultures it's for some faith-based belief. It's
the
not.
Bible, but even if it's biblical, Jen, even if it's biblical,
okay,
what
but
does
that's not societal.
biblical reads to who? Biblical, biblical. Anything biblical reads to who? The masses of who? The society. Anything the society goes off of what is biblical. So what you just said, basically, what I'm saying is it works in tandem. It works in tandem. It works hand in hand.
But that makes no sense if
one can't.
if there was
One
two,
isn't
if there was
without
two
the
of
other.
every
One
animal
isn't
in the
without the
ark,
other.
if God created Eve because Adam was alone, all those
Mhm.
stories that have been repeated over our span of our lifetime about how there wouldn't have been the only person in the whole history of mankind that that wasn't required to have a earthly partner or a earthly a person was Mary. Everybody else had a person, a partner. There was, and so, and
Right.
even with all the animals that's been given, you've been given. But I get it because, like I said, I've been having this conversation for a while, and when I talked about it to my pastor gave me a book of all the single women in the Bible that God created to be single, to make you feel better. Like, well, at least maybe I'm one of those women. But that can't be if you're looking around and you're seeing pairs of everything. It took two people to make you be here, but God did not make your mama give birth to you for you to be in this world by yourself.
That
You
is a
live and die
fact. Now,
alone.
Jen.
So that you're
Now,
not
Jen.
supposed to, but it's not societal just saying a man has to be married. That's benchmark for a lot of other things. All of our presidents that has been a staple factor to say that he has a stable home, he has a balance in life, and he has someone he comes home to that takes his mind off of being running the country. That has been like almost a unconscious requirement for men in power, a position of power, was that it looks better when they are married because that means they have a wholesome or a moral compass of some sort. Right, it looks better when the congressman is married and he's voting on or making on judgments on things that affect family and children and community. So that it's not only society, but it's been backed up by just his history. Nothing, no one's been by themselves. Otherwise, then you're created to be by yourself. Then it's everything that we talk about is dead. Ain't no need for no dick and pussy conversation if you was created to live and die in this world by yourself. So it can't just be only society.
Okay. So
otherwise, I could be done talking about it forever if I was born to be alone.
You good. I'm gonna say this, fam. Just alone, even in the Asian culture, and there's many others that hold the same requirement over in those Asian countries, and I know you've heard the story before. Once those women reach the age of 30, if they're not married, they're considered waste. That's something that's all over. And you know where they get it from? Very, very ancient, yes, even back to biblical times, type of ideology. Why do you think even back during those days, and me and you talked about it, the age consent, why do you think most of the world, the age consent even to this day is so low? All of these things are connected. I'm not saying nothing, listen, nothing you're saying is incorrect. It's not wrong. It's actually on point. You're right on par. I'm just giving you the intricacies, the little fine details that most people don't read, and when they miss that part in the contract, that's the fine detail that most people don't see that I'm mentioning to add into what you're saying. But I digress. My mic is muted. Respect.
Wow. Okay. I can't watch this at a time. Oh, let me share this last. Check out what she said. I don't know, but yeah, here goes it.
Don't want older women. I have a hard time believing that older men genuinely see younger women and think, this is my romantic equal. Yeah. Like, I don't think you think that about a 22-year-old, sir. Winston Charles. I agree. Think back if you can. Don't say anything out loud. Just think about what you were doing at 21. Don't say nothing. See, look at your face. Look at your face. You see what I'm talking about? You don't know yourself enough. You're naive. You're immature. You have no business dating somebody who can buy houses and such.
Is women that are...
Okay. So what do we think about that? Damn.
I would say that goes back to what it was that I was speaking about earlier. As far as like me, myself, in my early going on mid 40s. I couldn't relate to any woman relationship wise, that is. Uh, anything beyond past, anything past 35. 35 is my limit. I'm 43, 35, that's fine, right? And honestly, again, that's the lowest I'll go. That doesn't mean that's my preference. That's not my preference. That's how low I'll go. Right? That's my bare minimum. Like, okay, all right, you just made the cut. And even then, I'm going to be like, when's your birthday? You know what I'm saying? Like, you turn to 36 like soon. Hopefully, it's before I turn 44, right? But my point is that it's all about what we have in common. People talk all the time about compatibility in relationships, Jim. Would you agree? Okay, compatibility. It's not just about compatibility. Now, listen, all right, let me put it like this. Boom. I'm gonna just make it simplified. The man who has things in common with the woman who is 15 years and beyond younger than him is a man who is still trying to relive a certain point in his life. That's really what it's about. They're trying to relive something that they didn't have before. Like I said, that's a real thing. To be with that woman and her being her age, her energy, how she moves, her silly, immature part of her, that's the side of him he always wanted to be at that age that she's at, but he didn't qualify. Finally, you qualify now that you're in your 40s because of your finances, or your late 30s because of your finances, your career. You got that bonus, you got that raise, you finally set, you got that fly fresh foreign car, all of that. So you got all of the things to go ahead and draw them in. But you lack the one thing that actually would keep a real woman, and that is your mental, that is your headspace. How you think, how you really operate outside of the club, outside of the social function places, and everything else. When you finally get to yourself and she's around you and she's been laying up at your house for a week and you wondering why y'all start arguing over stupid, dumb shit, it's because you really weren't ready. That's why. That's where all of that comes from, Jen. So if you get with a woman like that, that shit's not going to work. It's not going to work. Why is it not going to work? Because at some point, you two are going to clash. It's inevitable. It's just a ticking time bomb waiting to happen. You're going to clash on what it is that you all's age differences are going to force you to clash on. There are going to be certain things at your age is going to force you to clash with what it is that's happening at that moment. And the same thing for her and or him. Like as in the young dude dating the older woman. Like Jen, if you 51 dating a 30 or 25-year-old. It's going to clash. It will start off sweet. It could look real nice, and it's going to turn worse than some of the most abusive relationships that you've ever seen. 9 times out of 10. Is it a guarantee? No, because it is possible. It does happen. Folks do make it happen. But those stories are anomalies, and we don't talk about those when we talk about what it is that happens on the majority level. So I digress. My mic is muted. Thank you, Jen.
All right. Oh my God.
Jim, what
I
you got
can't
to
look
drink
at.
tonight? What you
What
got
do
to
I have
drink
to
tonight?
drink tonight? I was sipping on a Modelo and watching videos and looking at crazy
I ain't
stuff
mad
on
at you, girl.
TikTok.
Okay, now.
Um,
Okay, now. Try not to leave out that store without a lime. You always got to get you either a lime squirt bottle or you got to get you actual lime. Get you a lime with that shit. Get you a little, and then listen. Go get you a couple salt packets. Stop somewhere like a, a little restaurant or something, a little fast food. Get you a couple salt packets. If they don't have it at the
Salt
store,
packets.
A lot of dudes.
A salt packet and do what?
you got the model. So basically, you take the salt packet and you just kind of like tip, just a little bit of salt, and
Like
then you go
like
ahead
a margarita?
and you just go ahead, add a little bit of lime juice, and it just kind of like it really brings, it just really helps with the flavor of that beer, and also make sure that it's ice cold. Don't drink it off some like kind of cold. Like get them Jones nice and chiseled. Get them nice and chiseled. But I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out.
I guess.
I just want
I
you
was
to
thinking
have.
putting a salt on the rim, like a
I just want
margarita.
you to have the best. I just want you to have the best experiences possible. You know what I'm saying? I just want you to have the best experiences. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah,
What do you think
that's
about
it.
that
You know what I'm saying?
62-year-old grandma who was pregnant?
63-year-old grandma who pregnant.
The 64-year-old grandmother who was pregnant.
I mean, it was
You
in the
didn't see
Bible.
that? No,
What's
the
wrong with
woman
that?
in real life.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? It was in the Bible. You believe
No,
in the
I said
word?
the one that just happened that I showed you
I know.
earlier.
Are you listening to what I'm saying? I said it's nothing wrong with what you just told me because it's in the Bible. I know what you
The
just said, and I
64-year-old
know what I
grandma
just
can get pregnant
responded
is in
to.
the Bible?
What?
A 64-year-old
Huh?
grandma getting pregnant is in the Bible?
No. Job. It's a couple of wives. Yeah, they was like 90 or something. Yeah, I think Job's wife.
Oh, that's why y'all like that. I didn't show you nothing that was in
Yeah,
the Bible.
she was like in her 90s or something when she got
But what do
pregnant
you
or
think
something.
about her deadbeat baby daddy that won't answer the phone?
Job ain't a deadbeat. Oh, you talking about the video?
Mm-hmm.
I ain't seen the video.
I thought I showed it.
Play it again. I might have been in the bathroom.
Mom again. What am I gonna do?
She's 64,
I am
pregnant?
too
Look at her pregnancy test.
Okay.
old for that.
Man, who got grandma pregnant?
So are you gonna give birth natural, or are you gonna like do a scheduled C-section? What is your plans?
Yeah, one of them.
So what's gonna happen to little Peanut?
I'm gonna get an abortion.
You kept all of us.
I'm too old for that.
No, you're not.
I believe I'm gonna give him up for an adoption.
Why would you do that?
Because I'm too old to be raising up another baby. I don't think I'm gonna be able to go through that.
There's no way I'm letting a stranger take my sibling away from me.
Well, who's gonna take care of it?
I'll take care of the baby.
I'm just trying to do the best I can with this. I'll just take one day at a time. Just because you have a baby by a man or whatever, that don't mean y'all can be together. And some of these men out here, they try to take advantage of you. And for all the single women and stuff, don't let no man slow you down.
M.O. Reggie answered the phone. Did that woman wrong.
I didn't get pregnant by myself. So I'm trying to get in touch with you to let you know what's going on, but you ain't been answering your phone.
My mom did not deserve the way you have been treating her. So we're going to have you stand on business today. And when we find you, we need you to step up to the plate.
Reggie was a real man, as he say he was. He could be stepping up to the plate, and take care of your responsibility.
Can you pause it?
But since he's not.
Reggie.
What?
Reggie is not being a good baby daddy. He ain't answering the phone and calling her back.
What?
So look at grandma.
Then I am going to do it, and I'm not worrying about Reggie no more. This is for the men's out there. You have a child out there. You're not taking care of your child, and you know that's your child. Y'all is so wrong for that. So you need to step up to the plate and be a man and a father. I didn't get this baby by myself. I'm 6.
You're 63?
He's 64.
64. Considering Lord knows, and I'm talking about Lord forbid, I'm not wishing nothing on that woman or anything. I'm just saying, once you get to a certain age in life, it's a real thing. Anything can fall on you at any moment. All kinds of stuff. So my point is,
That's void.
I mean, the whole
Because we've been telling you that and proving to you that over and over again that even
Jen.
No,
Jen.
I'm not gonna let you say that because we have shown you that having kids at a young age can be detrimental.
Oh my God,
women die all the time, and you can't be like, okay, just because I'm not saying just because she's 64.
You talking about that dude? Yeah, how you talking about that dude not being there? But yet you 64 just had you shaking a baby. That's the whole like them Jones ain't even got teeth yet. Anytime you see somebody shaking while holding the baby, they still teething. We know that move.
What are you talking
And the
about?
baby's that young. When she was holding the baby, god dang it, I'm talking about when she came on talking about she I saw her, she was holding the baby, she's kind of shaking the baby, you know how, like when women like not the violent shake, I'm talking about like that kind of like kind of like shake them up and down, like kind of comforting shake, you know what I'm saying, like hold them like that means it's still like an infant. No, I'm just saying, no, just all of that. We saw it on the Cosby Show. We already know. Yeah, exactly. All of that. My point is, you're 64. You have a child. You want to talk about the man not being there. Even if that man was a dedicated father, nothing in you said to yourself, no, that would be selfish. If I had this baby and even if the birth was successful, which thank God it was, thank God she successfully had that child. But how long are you going to be around for that child's life? You're 63. So let's just do the math again, Jen.
Right, but when she said, okay, that's
how old is she going to be when the child is 18?
That has
18.
That's nothing because you heard the
Where's my
conversation.
calculator?
Okay,
no,
but you heard the conversation,
that means a lot because that's selfish.
Everything.
No, it's not. It's not. That's selfish.
What are you talking about? You're not finna sit here and yell over me, okay? What you just saw was her having a conversation about her even deleting the baby. And she said her daughter wouldn't let her do that. And it's a higher risk for her to delete the baby than to have it at her age. Even though you think what biologically, look, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying what we just saw. And what I'm saying that what had just happened is you arguing a mute point in regards to the fact that to delete the baby is even more selfish because she said, no, I'm not doing this. I'm not having the baby. So then when she deleted it to delete the baby, the probability of her surviving a deletion at that age is you have more problems with that than actually having the baby. And then she said, I didn't want to do all this. I don't want to raise this baby. Her daughter said, I'll raise the baby because you kept all of us. So why would you not keep this baby? She said, I don't want to do this. I want to just get rid of it. And her daughter said, no. Her daughter said, no, we have the baby and we'll take care of it. You have grown children. So now that's when you see her with the baby. I mean, she obviously had a baby. The whole point is the other side of the coin was it didn't matter how old you are if you're going to be a deadbeat baby daddy, because why is she calling this nigga 1,000 times? And where he at? He already old. He can't run nowhere. Where you going? But she went through the options. She said, I'm not having this baby. But then in real life, when I look into it, it's more, at the older you get, it's more dangerous having a baby deletion than to actually have a child. It's dangerous having a child, period, at any age. But if I want to go in there and I want to tell them at my ripe old age of 50 that I want to delete this, they're going to encourage me to keep it because of the safety reasons and the anesthesia and what's happening to my body at this age. So she ends up having the baby. So it wasn't like she was not trying to have it. She was like, fuck this. I'm 64.
Genesis. Thank you.
So that's what happened.
That.
Don't do that because that's not.
No, I'm
you know
not,
what I mean?
I'm not going to do
not
anything.
Like people sit up here don't have options. She tried to do it. Her daughter wouldn't let her.
Jen. Oh, okay, fam. All I'm gonna
And then the
say
baby, what
is
you gonna do if the nigga don't show up on any age? If the nigga don't show up at 26 or 16 or at 24
Jen,
or 34 or 44, he don't show up at 54. What you supposed to
fam,
do then? What you supposed to
fam.
do then?
I'm
No, y'all
I'm
don't never want to
telling
talk
you,
about that part of it. What you supposed to do then? He ain't showing up. What you supposed to do
Jen,
then? If she was 24,
Jen,
we gonna be it's okay. If she's 64, it's okay.
Jen,
Is it not
Jen.
okay because she's 64 and it's
Everything
okay when
you
she's
said,
24?
everything you said is a valid perspective with a lot of people.
It's selfish either way.
Jen, I'm just saying, I stand on what I said. It's selfish as shit.
It's selfish
Period.
either way. It's selfish to have a
It's
baby knowing you
selfish.
ain't got no help and got nobody to help take care of that baby and just you.
All right.
It's
Well,
selfish
you
to put
said
a child
everything
through
you
that,
said,
but it's still
and my
selfish.
only
It's so
response
you
is
can't say it's
selfish.
not all selfish. It all is selfish to have a child for a check. It's all selfish to
But we're
choose
not
women.
talking about that. But we're not
We
talking about
are.
that.
We're talking about
No, we're
if
talking
it's
specifically about her having
having
a
a
baby at
baby,
64.
having a
No,
baby
no, no,
at
no.
any age is selfish. Having a baby
Stay
at
with
16 is
having a
selfish as
baby at
fuck.
64.
Having a
Jen,
baby at 25 is selfish. You should be out here
Jen,
doing other stuff. Having a baby at 16 is selfish as hell because you are a
Genesis.
kid. So no, don't do that.
Sega
All I'm saying,
Genesis.
no, don't do
Ha-
that. We're not do that. All of it's
Jen,
selfish because that's what that is. So we're not gonna do that.
specifically
It's not
having a
specifically,
baby
Miss
at
Minnie. I
64.
can mute you. I could turn it. That's crazy. We're not gonna keep going round and round with that. I'm saying it's all selfish. So that mutes your 64. It's all selfish. It's when you're a teenager and you up here fucking and you
But
having a
that's
baby
the
and your
only
body's
thing
a
that I
baby.
ain't talking
No,
about.
so that's all we're saying. It's all selfish, which overrides and mutes that it's all the 64. So it's no need to keep reiterating and keep going back and forth. And it's like it's like frustrating because it's like, okay,
No,
I
I'm
get
not
what
going
you're
to
saying.
reiterate. I'm just
Okay, well
letting
then
you
that's
know
it.
that's where
It's
I'm
good.
at.
You don't gotta let me know nothing. I already said it's
Okay.
all selfish. It's selfish to do it at
I'm
16.
just letting you
It's
know.
selfish to do
Okay,
it
well,
at
I'll
6,
just say
13.
that's where I'm
It's
at.
selfish to do it at 24. It's selfish to do it at 50. It's all
Stingy as
selfish at
shit.
the end of the day.
Yeah,
It
some
is stingy.
stingy
It's
shit.
stingy. It's stingy to
Yeah.
fuck a 16-year-old and get her pregnant because her body is younger. It's all selfish to fuck a 25-year-old at the prime of their life and make them be a mom
Facts.
instead of go living their life. It's
Just so
all
long
fucked
as
up.
you know where we both stand.
So
That's
it's
it.
just all it's so child being a mother and having a child for someone who is not gonna be there is all the way selfish because women are doing it for a check. They doing it to get back at the baby daddy. They doing it for all kind of reasons. But just
Narcissistic.
okay, but so to say that at this age doesn't make it any different when it doesn't matter the age because they're all doing it because they're thinking that hey, if I had this baby, the band's gonna stay. You can't get the nigga on the phone at 24. You can't get the nigga on the phone at 64. So it's
I
all
got you.
selfish.
I
It's
got
all
you.
selfish then because at the end of the day, these younger women is having babies for EBT checks so they don't have to go to work.
Then I have no clue
So
what
no,
we're disagreeing about. I have no clue what we're disagreeing about.
I'm saying it's
Rock
all
out,
selfish,
Jen.
but you keep bringing
It's
it to the point
stingy as
that
shit.
this.
I just
It is
hey,
stingy. It's stingy as fuck to have 7 kids and you can't take care of them, but you getting a welfare check.
facts. Let's move.
And y'all all living in roaches. It's stingy as fuck to drop food off like that lady did in Pontiac to have some children and to just leave them in a nasty ass apartment building.
Facts.
That's real stingy, and she off living
There
her
we
life. That's real stingy. So at any point during the stingy motherhood, there's some stinginess happening.
I give you that. Facts. No, okay, bet. No, facts. See? So we not disagreeing on nothing. I'm just saying, her saying that, I'm only focused on her. You throwing up everything else that also are also things that happen, which I can't disagree with because they happen. Only thing I'm saying is I'm directly, strategically, red dot eye, tunnel vision focused on her. 64 having a kid. Selfish. And that's what I stand on. Rock out, Jim. That's what I'm saying.
Hilarious.
4 years old. He is not going to be getting away with this. He may think so. So when I have this baby, him and I and the baby going to do DNA test done. And then when it comes out and say you are the father, he is immediately gonna be put on child support.
Reggie probably gonna dip, bro. Reggie, you done got grandma pregnant. Shame on you, you nasty buzzer. But I'm gonna be honest with you, grandma 64 and pregnant. Grandma, you out here doing your thing. That's kind of terrible. Listen, it's natural, man. Sex is natural between the man and the woman. So hey, it is what it is. But 64 and pregnant, that's bro. I just pass out, bro. If that happened to me, pass out, bro. That pass out right now. If that happened to me right now, because all my kids grown. That means I got to start over.
Pass out. Ain't no chaser. Pass out, sugar. That's some shit for you. I look up and I'm pregnant at the ripe old age of 50. Ooh, child.
I mean, like, let me ask you this, Jen. Like, in your, like, how you see it, do you see it as a woman that decides to say to themselves, now listen, I'm not talking about if she actually wound up pregnant. You know, I'm not even gonna call it accidental, but let's just say
I don't know how that happens, but I get what y'all mean. But that's still so crazy. You don't wind up.
some
You
real
don't.
shit.
You
As far
don't
as
wind up pregnant if your penis is inside the vagina where all the eggs are. If you're nowhere near the ovaries, then you can't wind up any. You wind up lost when you driving.
if
You know
if
that's
you
not how
ain't
the
near
same thing.
those, you ain't going deep enough. But Jen,
But still, I'm saying you don't wind
let's
up
just
pregnant. That's
really
crazy. Y'all men like to say that shit. Like
but
it's like
let's just
accidental.
really talk about this
You
shit the
fell on
way
a
it
dick and
is.
then you got pregnant.
Yeah, I hear you. Let's
Words
talk
mean
about it the
something.
way it is.
You can't be a lyricist and then play with words like they don't mean anything.
No, I'm not. No,
You
I'm
don't
with
wind
you.
up.
I'm with you, fam.
You was
I'm with you,
walking down the
fam.
street
Like,
and you made a wrong turn and now you're pregnant, like with some nigga's baby. It's crazy.
all right, so Jen, I'm gonna need you to stop thinking that I'm against what you're saying. Damn it.
I'm not. I'm just
Okay.
saying words mean
All
something. You
right,
can't
then.
be a champion for that, and then when you talking, it does. You know, it's ambiguous.
Okay. So what I'm saying specifically, Jen, is this. All right. What I want you to do is I want you to really like. All right. So first of all, how can you even begin to rationalize that first part of what you just said?
That you don't wind
Everything
up
you
pregnant.
just said. Yes. How do you rationalize that? First,
That's what you said. You said, so say if she wound up pregnant. I said, well, how do you you don't wind up pregnant because you wound up lost when you make a wrong turn. It's because you don't know where you're going and you get even further lost. You know that you do know that you're going inside of a woman's vagina and you do know that you're putting your penis, which has sperm in it. So then how do you wind up pregnant? There's only one, and then the crazy thing is like, there's like only one surefire way for it to happen, and you're excluding that way because then every other way has to factor in if you wound up like that. And that means
do you
anyone
know
can
what
wind
also
up like that, which is
do
crazy.
you know what also considers to be an accidental baby?
It's
This
two
is
people who didn't
also
mean to have a child, but they were fucking. They didn't
no.
accidentally
Listen,
mean to fuck.
okay. I said okay. Yes. That's one. There's also a second one that no one ever talks about. Let me help you because I
Pre-cum
actually
child.
no. This one right here. I was with the mother of my child since I was 20. She was 18. I'm 2 years older than her. So Phoenix didn't come along until I was 28. I was 28 years old when my daughter was born. So that's 8 years later. I think we were like on protection, like, I don't know, maybe like the first week. We gave that up quick. Like, bump that, right? It was like, you know. So my point is that for 7 and some change of years, I was being intimate with this woman and nothing was coming about. You know what's also an accidental baby? Because when Phoenix finally came, we didn't know she was going to finally pop up. I really want you to think about what I just said. I mean, not even think about it, but just do you really get it? So although we knew we wanted a kid together, but the whole planning, okay, I'm ovulating and all of that, it just for 7 years, it just didn't happen. So that's why even down to JP, people like JP or whoever, oh, you're weak, you're this, and that. No, you don't know the timing of things and all. There's so many different intricacies that go into playing it. Phoenix finally came along 8 years later. When she finally came along, we had to scramble to get together because we did not know she was going to come along when she did. Because when we were planning for her, that was 5 years prior. We was planning for her 5 years prior. And nothing was working. Nothing was happening. We was going to doctors and everything. Nothing was happening. Finally, she came through. So, I mean, do you call that an accidental baby?
No. You guys were trying to have it's not by the definition of an accident in itself, and it's not by the definition of our colloquialism, how we use it. That's not by that either way. So
for
you can call
her to
it
come
that.
along when we didn't, both have the same end result. We did not know it was going to show
but
he or she was going to come when they did. It's the same end result.
No, that's not what that means, though, by definition of how we use it as a community and by definition of what an accident is.
Well,
It's
no,
not
you're
an
right. As a
accident if
community,
you-
no.
Right,
As a community, we don't. You're right.
We don't
you're right,
use
you're
it
right,
like that. We're not going to say y'all
You're
was trying and finally y'all had one. Oops, accidental. No, y'all was really not trying to have no kids. Y'all niggas wasn't together. Y'all just was fucking around, and then somebody got
Right.
pregnant. But that's a whole accident because the literal relationship was an accident on itself. You know, that's why they say it was an oops baby. The oops, that's why they add the oops baby to people who are married or in a relationship but have been trying, and when they decided to stop, oops, there's the baby. So all the energy shifted from them not putting so much effort in trying so much, and then now they end up pregnant. They always say you get pregnant when you don't try. So
hold on. So right there. So what is the difference? Listen, all I'm talking about is the result, how it wound up, as opposed to those who planned, went to the doctor. Oh yeah, ovulating. Oh my gosh, yes, I'm pregnant. Yeah, they got the plus sign. They got the plus sign in the bathroom and shit. You see what I'm saying? What's the difference between what we call in our community an accidental baby, as in, oh shit, you just popped up, and me and the mother of my child being together? We know we do want a kid together, but all of a sudden she just comes along years after we even we almost was I don't know, maybe something wrong with me.
Did you just hear what I just said? Did you just not hear what I just? Okay, so what I literally just said is what you're answering. Your question. I just said that. I said there are couples. It's not a oops baby. It's not an accidental. It's not an accidental baby. Let me clear that. There's an accidental and then there's a oops. The oops is after you've been trying and you're
not even listening to what I said. What's the difference between the end result? Considering you did not plan for the baby to pop up when it did, when he or she did, not it, he or she, when he or she did pop up, you did not expect it. We did not expect her to pop up when she did.
Right.
That's my point.
But the accidental baby.
Even though we planned for her.
Okay, that's the difference. The difference is you were people who were not necessarily mean that they were married, but couples who were trying to have a baby, and then they were doing whatever they were doing to have a baby, putting all this energy into having a child, and then they just stopped. They said, okay, let's take a break. And then, oops, they got pregnant. That's a difference than we not together. We just fucked every time, and we just fucked on occasion. And one of these times that we fucked, I got pregnant. Accident.
Okay.
Nigga, we not together. We not trying to have a life together. We not going together. We not doing nothing together. Our lives is not trying to build a life together. We're not trying to do that. It's when I see you, we fucking, and when I see you, we fucking, and then one of them times we had sex, I got pregnant. That's different than me and you as a couple.
Do you concede to the fact that the end result of what I just said? Do you concede? Do you concede? Do you concede that what I'm saying?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. Why would you ask me something and then trying to just interrupt me to tell you what the answer?
Go ahead, Jan. Go ahead.
No, that's not. It's okay. It's all right. I've been up here for 3 and 4 hours.
No, man, because you just
4 hours doesn't change.
What? No. I'm asking specifically.
I'm answering, but you stopped me from
You're talking about the pre. I'm talking about post.
Okay, whatever
The
you talking
end
about
result.
then. Whatever you talking about. Let it be that. Amen. Won't he do it? Next subject. No point in answering the question if you're asking me something and then you don't let me answer. Whatever I'm gonna say. It's not you stopping me from saying, okay, well then fine. You don't want to hear what I have to say. Don't ask the question. It's rhetorical. Ask everybody in the audience, what do y'all think? But don't ask me shit.
Jen, please give me your answer, Jen. I'm listening
So
to you.
I'm good on that. I'm going to get back to my topic, which was how we got on this woman. Because she was 64 years old and pregnant, because you was mentioning being pregnant and women having children.
Yeah.
And a woman having a child and not having a child, how society values you differently, and how especially our black community looks at you differently.
I was speaking specifically about my own personal ideology. My own personal ideology is she is a narcissistic, selfish heifer. Period. Period. You 64 having a kid. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is my thoughts. Period. Why would you do that to the kid? Can you breastfeed? Can you do any of that? I'm like, for real.
I'm pretty sure I don't know. But let's hear what Kevin Samuels told to break this woman down and make her feel bad because she went on the show. You know, he likes to do shit like this.
Why didn't you get married before you decided to have kids?
Me personally?
Mm-hmm.
The question was never asked. But
then why would you give a man the greatest blessing a woman can give a man without him even having to make you his wife and give you his last name? You cannot ask a man to come along after you've done that and pay a higher price.
So now that you've been with him, you can't ask him to come back and be like, "Oh, we should get married." But then it's a two lane thing, because remember I talked about this on tradition as far as women have forever been taught to wait on the man to ask her. So if he never asks her, you know, and now that things are so fluid that people are having relationships, people want to have relationships and not have anything locked in, because nobody wants to lock anything in. I just told y'all about one of my clients. That woman she's got to be a little older, and they're a couple, but they won't get married. Well, he won't marry her. But how? I don't want to have gray hair.
Wait a minute, Jen. Is that their agreement? Like,
no,
have they made?
She wants to get married.
To be married? Okay, so she wants to be married.
But at the point that we have been gay instead of being gay in the nightstand drawer instead of lube, and to the point where we have your earphones, I mean your hearing aids are charging, to the point where we have Absol because both our knees hurt and we got eye doctor's appointments. What are you waiting on to get married? If you are already 50 and 60 years old, what could you be waiting on to marry the woman you're with? That's even more proof that the men do not want to even get married. They want to, what they do, they want to marry a younger woman, but they'll be with the older woman. And even the younger woman will be with the older woman for the sake, like the gentleman said earlier. Did you see what the guy said earlier? Why he was with the older woman? Because he didn't have the
Right.
resources to be with a younger woman yet. And so he got his game together. So that's just kind of a crazy odds. That's crazy, a crazy dynamic.
Okay. All right. Crazy
But anyway.
But no. Okay. My mic is muted. Jen, even though it's a crazy dynamic, the fact is that we need to look at how common is it possibly, right? So it's a crazy dynamic. Exactly what you just said, Mike. Is this the new, and I'm talking about today, like, is this considered, like, I guess the new the new majority? Is this something that actually is happening?
Yes, the older men, they don't want, some of them don't, there's a percentage.
So it's a phenomenon.
It's a because I can't say most, because that's crazy, because I'm not dating most men right now, because then you can't even say that, because that doesn't include all men. There are men that are locked up, deceased, and not playing for our team. So of the men that are straight, that percentage of men, there are percentages of men who are dating younger women, and they're 10 to 15 years older than them. And they're doing that because they don't see a lifelong companionship until they get to that point in their life where they're like, oh shit, okay, I now I want to calm down. So until that happens, they don't want an older woman at all. And then the younger men, they're saying that the curve is that the younger men, they want older women because the older women is what they can get right now, because they don't have the resources to get that younger woman yet. They don't have what it takes to get her yet.
Jen.
She's not interested in you.
Okay, so Jen, the number one thing that always needs to be just honed in and focused on is, why do you want the younger women? What is
What are
it?
you talking about? You're not stupid. We know these
No,
conversations. You are a man, and you know why the
of
men are
course,
saying it.
no, not
So what are you talking
God,
about?
it's not godly, man. It's not an
It's not a
actual
why do
question.
you. It's not even rhetorical. It's not even in this
It's not
conversation,
a,
because you are the
it's
man.
not
I'm not a man. I know why older men want younger women. But there's a whole plethora of reasons. I know when older
hold
men
on,
was coming at me when I was younger,
wait.
and I know
No,
why they
hold
want
on.
them now.
Let's stop right there. Let's stop right
You're a
there.
man.
So hold on. No. Let's stop right there. You said you know why. What is that reason, Jen? What's the
I
reason?
know why. I know when I was younger, they were
Mm-hmm.
looking to get me to have a certain mind frame, like tell me
Right.
things that I didn't, whether I just believe them and not check and see for myself. And when I check and see for myself to find out something's different, now I'm bucking up against the system, and or some of them, I didn't have the whole daddy complex and I didn't really date older men, but anyone that approached me, they would approach me off of the whole, like, I got stuff that I could pay for things, I got money, I got a car. So we know why. Some women have that daddy complex where they date older men because it's safe. It feels like a father figure. He got her back. He's buying her things. He's paying for her life. And then you have the other ones where, it's a percentage of them actually just having a natural. What they said was the percentage of them having a natural attraction. That's small. That's a minority group of people inside a group of people dating. That I actually don't like older men, or I actually don't like younger women. But everybody else, they're saying that they're dating these men that they're dating up or down for control or for some sort of safety. So for that man who has a problem dating an older woman that he can't get her to do what he wants, he dates down because he can have a little more control with her because she's a little more naive, and then he can give her gifts or give her something to pacify her like a baby. And the same thing for the younger men. They don't have the resources yet to get that younger girl. They don't have the fly car yet. But the older woman, she's content with you driving your little Nissan. That's fine for her. She wants to spend time with you. So they know that, and they do that.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Listen, Jen. what you're saying is something that I can't take no credit away from simply because I've never been a woman who's experienced that, right? I'm speaking specifically upon the factor of, Jen, how exactly everything you just said is that something that normally plays out that way? We speak about things that all right do happen. What are things that happen on a majority basis? Is that where it is?
Right. And this is based on the men sharing this information. The women are receiving it, and they're that, and not to say all the women,
I
but the
don't
women
think
that are.
most men are doing that. Is my
No,
point.
that's what you just asked me, and then you stopped me from answering. And I'm telling you based on my research and what I got gained to understand. So I'm telling you what I come to understand. And you asked me just now. So then to tell me you're no, that's not true. I don't think we have to support it. So from what I understand, the men are the ones that are. It's not initiating it, but they're just okay with that. With the relationship going that way. They're okay with it. The younger men are they're not. They're finding it that I have a cougar that she's buying me PlayStations or she's paying for things just because by default her life is financially stable. So we're finding out that that is becoming the norm on the one you see the older woman that's with the younger guy. He's not with her to marry her. She's older. She wants to get married. So when the older man wants to get married, it's only when he realizes he's ready to settle down after he's done with the younger men. And then the older men that don't ever get married, they prefer to be single. Those are the ones who are what you were saying. They want to live that life. So they're going to be 40 and 50 years old, bachelor with their shirt open down to their belly button. They see themselves like that, and they're never going to change, and they don't ever get married. But the men who want to be married, they figure that out at like mid 40s on to 50, on to 55 when they realize, okay, I want a house to come home to that's warm already before I get there. The only way that's going to happen is if I get a wife, because a girlfriend don't do that. I want the house to already have food cooking when I walk in the door. I can't get that because a girlfriend doesn't do that. The wife does. So that's when they realize that, oh shit, I want to, I want to do this. I want to go on fishing trips and come home and have a warm woman.
Why do most men marry that woman? Because she displayed what?
What?
Why do most men, any man who's married a woman ever, why did he marry her? Because she was displaying what to him? What did she show him?
I don't know. What do you want?
Wife qualities. So when you say a girlfriend doesn't do that, generally speaking, those who were married will tell you, we already knew we were compatible for marriage because we moved like a married couple before the ring even began on the finger. But
no, that's not what I said at all. What I said was men at 55. No, I said men at 50 and 45, generally starting at the age of 45, going up to 55, are now realizing they want to be married, and if they've been and the default of they want certain things that come with a wife and not a girlfriend. Not them, the whole compatible, none of that. I'm saying by the time when these men finally realize, hey, I want to come home to a house that's already warm before I get there, which means my wife was there and she made my house a home. They realize if I'm out here being a bachelor dating, I'm not going to get that from this girlfriend. I'm going to get that from a wife. When they said, I want to come home and have food, smell food cooking, they don't get that from their girlfriend. Their girlfriend don't cook. Their girlfriend orders out. So they only can get that if they got married. So now at this age, they're realizing, oh shit, I should probably get married if I want that, all those things that come with a wife, because the girlfriends don't do this shit. The girlfriends don't cook. The girlfriends ain't interested in doing none of this. But if he wants to stay out here and be a bachelor and date have a bunch of girlfriends, he's not going to get the home cooked meal, the nice matching sheets. Like the guy said, at this point, the man wants the chandeliers. He wants the little keypad on the front door. He wants to come in and lay in the backyard and have the lawn cut and smell apple pie cooking. But you don't get that from having girlfriends at 40 years old. But that guy who wants that, he lives that life on purpose. He doesn't want to be married. We're not talking about him. He don't want to get married ever. It's the other men who want to be married, but then they still single, running around like Reginald did, getting grandma pregnant. When you know you was screwing grandma. Where'd your Peter go? You put your Peter in her. I mean, at the end of the day, you don't wound up with no shit. You know you stuck your dick in me. Where else did you put it? You had 3 options and you chose this one. I'm just saying.
Jen, thank you so much for the X-rated Disney fantasy. All right, so back to reality on this shit. What I'm saying specifically is, I get what you're saying on that. All right, what you're saying, hey, I mean, does it have validity? Again, I've never been a woman, so I can't never say nothing you say from a woman's perspective is wrong, right? But what I do know is from a man that's been around women, dated women, still doing it, that generally is not the case, Jen. That's just not generally the case. It is, but it's a, you know, that's like a something that happens. I don't know, man. It's like it does take place. I can't take away from the fact. I can't
What?
take
Having
away from the what? Go ahead.
I said, what takes place? Having a baby at 64? What are you talking about?
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, this is such a unique circumstance. It's almost like trying to make the person that was born with like a 6th toe, like, you know, a normal story. Like, it was born with 6 toes. Well, 11 altogether, if you get it. You know, so I'm just saying, like, what, like, I mean, it's just kind of tough because it's like, I don't know, it's such a unique case. That's such a unique case. But the only thing that I have for that unique case is Shorty selfish. Uh-huh. Grandma, matter of fact, not even Shorty. Grandma is very selfish. That's all I got for that. I have no clue as to why you would think it's a good idea to do something like that. That's like me being 50 years old saying, you know what? I'm going to go reapply for the military. And I'm not considering like an office job after you're retired. I'm talking about enlisting for boot camp. Like, what are you doing? There's so many examples I can give as to why that's just such not a good idea. I mean, so I don't really praise that too much. I just don't. The only thing that I praise is this. Thank God that it was a healthy birth. She is good, and I guess the baby's all right. But even down to that, Lord forbid, knock on wood. You know, usually they say when a woman has a baby older than a certain age, then, you know, certain things, you know, when they get older, you may not see it now, but then you're wondering why that kid is having certain issues in life. You know, certain learning developments and everything. Like, man, it's just so many reasons why that's not the way to go. It's my point. It's just not the way to go, John. If you can successfully do it, okay. If you ask me, should you do it? I'm always tell you no. I'm always tell you no. That's all I gotta say. I digress from my conclusion. That's just where I'm at, man. Like, I mean, that shit. Like, what are you doing? Why?
All right. Well, I had some dating tips. Listen to this
Oh.
lady talk about how her age difference with her husband is affecting them. Wait, still have it.
Husband is almost 10 years older than me. And I have more energy than he does. And here's the thing with many of my women over 40. They're like, I don't want an older man. I want to go. I want to do. You know what? When my daughter and I travel, one time we were in Singapore. I travel all over the world. We did like 12 or 13 miles in one, like from one side of town to another. And I was like exhausted. She said, come on, Mom. Come on, you're young. I said, yeah, but I'm 20 years older than you. If he's at least 10 years older than you, he can't do what you do. He can't hang with you, especially if you're fit. Now, if you're not fit, that's a different story. I'm fit. My husband can't hang with me. And it took me a little while to understand, like, okay, it's okay that he wants to rest. And if I don't want to do what he's doing, I find something else to do. So he's in the hotel, he's sleeping, and I'm just making good use of my time. And that's what I'm doing. And I'm talking to y'all because that's what I want to do.
He can't hang if he's too old.
Yeah.
He can't hang if he's too old.
That was horrible advice.
He was
The
like,
fact is,
listen, go find you some business.
yeah, that's horrible advice. The fact is, it has nothing. I mean, I'm not gonna say it has nothing to do with age. No, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that. More so than whatever it has to do with age. Like, so let's just say, all right, me being 43. Let's just say if my lady was 30, I would be able to keep up with her just fine, and I got her by a decade and 3/4. I mean, by a decade and 3 pennies. I got her by a decade and 3 pennies, and I can still keep her. I can keep up with a 30-year-old. Like you talking about going on a hike or whatever.
My
Yeah,
guy
running
was
back and forth.
12 years, 12, 13 years younger than me.
I could keep up just fine. Bedroom wise, everything. Like nothing, none of that was an issue. Not at all. So I think it all depends on that, like who she's with in particular. Maybe his health isn't at, who knows? Maybe the guy got asthma, whatever. I mean, I'm just saying, like,
He
maybe
bigger, he overweight,
anything. Right.
got a
But
dad
that don't
bod.
have nothing to right. That has nothing to do with like if you're like 45 and you're with like a 30-year-old. Nah, you'd be surprised. Nah, you'd be surprised. Nah, we can do some things. We can do some things. And I mean in real life. And for real, as much as society has made folks lazy, I would say she's the anomaly nowadays because a lot of as much as life has made stuff cushy, man, like we really like, if you a certain age, a certain generation, you come from like hands-on lifestyle, like just whatever you had to do. We come from the days of elbow grease. So when you have like decades of that in you, it's a real thing. Like you really will be a little bit more in shape than somebody who came up in the I woke up to a tablet era. It's so or it'll even it out. Because I came from a hands-on era and you thinking, oh, it's all you hear is a number. Oh my goodness gracious, over this age. Ain't no possible way. Here it is. I'm looking at some Asian guy somewhere in China in a castle doing one finger push-ups, one hand, one finger push-ups, and like 80, 80. Here it is. We got a hard time finding most of the youth to do 10 push-ups on both of their hands and then even keep their back straight. Let's just be for real. So all of that, like what she said, nah, that's your husband, man. That's who you're with in particular. That guy can't keep up with you. I'm not telling you to leave him. I'm just saying that's your husband who can't keep up.
Here's Derek Jackson with the answer to your question earlier.
There's a lot of dudes who were like 45, 50 years old, we're preventing how to 40-something-year-old women that'll give these 20-something-year-old girls a run for their money. But it's because of the mental aspect. Like, as a guy gets older, the one who wants to play games, by the way, who's like 40-something, 50 years old, he remembers it being easier to play those games whenever he was like 20. Because women in that age group, they're more on hope than they are experience. But experience is the best teacher. So as he gets older, he's trying to date women his age. They're like, no. I've seen your con before. Like, I've lived the proof that you're here to waste my time, and I ain't going. So now he gonna go out here talking about how he prefers younger women because older women his age are full of baggage and they're bitter. And that's like, nah, they ain't full of baggage and bitter. They have a BS detector, so they're harder to manipulate. And manipulative men don't like that.
Does that answer your question? But that's a lot true. Because it's easier to, and they'll tell you that, and you can hear it when they have conversations with us, women of their age. They'll have answering questions, holding you accountable for something you just said, or you trying to say something and then you turn around and gaslight. A young girl might be like, "Oh, okay," and then you might just turn around and completely change what you said. That older woman sometimes might have heard you, and that's always, that might always be. Some women always catch you in your lies. Some women catch you. What are you saying? Calling my name for if I'm talking after I just saw the video.
Goodness gracious. Genesis, play it again when you're done, please, because I want to break that down. Thank you. Douglas, my mic is muted.
Well, I've been on live long enough. I got me 4 hours in today. So, any final words?
Nope.
I'm gonna go lay myself down.
I'm good
Any
if
final
you good.
thoughts?
Okay.
Yeah.
Nope.
I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night, you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out and watching with me these 4 hours and 11 minutes. Thank you for I don't have any final thoughts. Y'all know my final thoughts is always short and sweet. So I thank y'all for hanging out with me, for chiming in on the chat, especially Third Ward. He was giving a lot of real good feedback earlier. So thank you so much, because that was really awesome. And I always enjoy talking to you. So, and then of course Miss Rogue C, who comes by. Thank you so much. And hola Yeno, thank you for coming by and engaging Cynical One. Thank you, Cynical One. Who else? Of course. Oh, Ablo, what's up? Hey. Oh, he was just trying to give his. See, I think did I read that? Oh, I did read that. Okay, I did read that. Oh, you said 14 pumps. Okay, yeah, I did say that. 14 pumps to the left and 14 pumps to the right. But I thank y'all for coming over and sharing with me and hanging out with me. Thank you to DJ Music. Oh yes, thank you. Thank you to you. Thank you for who was that? Oh, Truth Teller. Yeah, well, not Truth Teller, but Truth. Thank you, Truth. And H&M, did I see H&M too in the chat? I don't know. I hope I got everybody, okay? If I missed you, I wasn't trying to diss you. I don't know who said that, but shout out to whoever put that in the atmosphere. No Chaser, yep, I got you too. Thank you for coming by and sharing the love. And I'm glad whoever stayed to the end can stay to the end. So I appreciate you hanging out with me, and I guess next time we'll get into some more about this. I just thought this was interesting that, you know, there's a big difference happening out here with women getting married and not getting married. So, hold on. I got to read the chat. Hold on 1 second. I just want to make sure I say goodbye to everybody and hello to everybody. Did I miss anybody? Oh, I see you, No Chaser. Oh, yeah, you see me? I see you. You see me? I see you. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to get up out of here. Whew, I need to lay my body down and relax, y'all. And I am glad y'all came by, and I'm glad y'all stayed to the end. So thank you. Let me see if can I rewind it? Oh, shut the front door. Hey, did y'all hear that? I can ew it. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. Wait, one more time. Oh, I don't know what that was, but I liked it. All right, I'll see y'all later.
We got to go, but it's not forever. Come back and see me again. You are always welcomed here, my friend. Don't be a stranger, keep coming through. I will always have a spot here for you. Genesis, I am is who I'll always be. Honest and full transparency. Keeping it real as real can be. Like, comment, subscribe. Like, if you wanna comment, tell me that you don't mind. Subscribe and tell a friend and tell a friend. Glad you stayed to the end. Spread the word, pass it on, cause we're doing big things with faith and holy guidance. So I'll see you next time. Genesis, I am.